Anyone wishing to address the board this evening, if you would please sign the green form at the front and give it to Ms. Williams so we have it for the record. Ms. Washington, would you, by the way, I don't want to use the 3-minute clock tonight unless we do hit a problem. I don't see in the audience the amount of people I thought might be here for this evening. So won't use it, but please keep that in mind as you're speaking. Would you call the roll?
Certainly. Ms. Remark?
Here.
Mr. Hoitzma? Here. Mr. Hurt? Ms. Lesage? Here. Ms. Benjamin? Here. Mr. Moore?
Here.
Mr. Neal? Mr. Fishback? Mr. Bohan?
Here.
Ms. Washington? Here. Mr. McGinnis?
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. First off, we will have the approval of the May 26, 2011 minutes. Are there any changes?
I did call in several corrections, just grammatical errors that Rose has made those changes to.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. On the continued items, we will have, since this is coming from the staff, we will hear from Mr. Wade.
Thank you. Could I have the PowerPoint presentation up, please? This is a continued item. It's a proposed request for amendment to the Land Development Code regarding architectural design standards. The Land Development Code has architectural standards, but we were requested to study the effectiveness of those regulations and clarify those where we could.
Article 10.
It's good that the existing code has the basis of the regulations, but there was a need since they've been in there a while, and due to models other cities have and relative to wanting to make them effective, we proposed changes. We went through a pretty thorough presentation last month with the slide presentation, and we explained there were a few internal inconsistencies both in the existing code and in our proposal that we wanted to work on and come back to you on. And so I want to take you through those, and it's just 3 or 4 items briefly. I'm just going to use the same outline for the changes from the last meeting as I did for the outline. Last month we went through the presentation using the outline locations. Where are these regulations going to be applicable? What the regulations entail, and how do we administer the regulations? At the May meeting, and the reason I'm going through this is there are some changes in here that we referenced at the last meeting that we needed to make. One set didn't make it in these changes, so I want to bring you up to date on those, and then just a couple more we made so that you'll have a good understanding. There's also in your packet, there's a 3-sheet replacement, 3 replacement pages to look at. The proposed standards are applicable along major city thoroughfares, and at the last draft, we also were having these improved standards applicable to where non-residential is built next to residential. That was in the set of regulations, but I explained that was something we needed to take out because when I received this assignment, I expanded it beyond just major thoroughfares, and I got into this chapter on compatibility, which would have had the effect of everywhere non-residential is built adjacent to a single-family home or duplex, these improved standards would be applicable. And I was reminded by administration that that was going too far at this time, and we just want to have it applicable to major city thoroughfares. This June package didn't reflect that, so I can tell you what part comes out on that. The proposed standards are not applicable in redevelopment areas and historic districts. Let's see. What changes to the June package you have is we removed the part that deals with non-residential built next to residential, so these standards are only applicable to properties in major city thoroughfares. Also, although there's not a big impact, we also want to make sure these are exempt from application to historic.
I'm sorry. I'm having, the yellow, is that the new copy?
Yes.
Okay, so we're reading something that says deleted previous edition that proposed abutting a major city thoroughfare in yellow. What you're saying is that that's going back in, or that that's deleted?
Okay, we can go ahead and address this now. Oceanfront lots in tourist districts have high architectural standards, and previously we had proposed an addition that the phrase abutting a major city thoroughfare follow oceanfront lots, and the staff members discussed it and decided there are some oceanfront lots that aren't abutting major city thoroughfares, so let's have those properties also subject to these standards. So it picks up a few more lots that might not otherwise be subject to these standards. So anyway, there will not be anything after the word oceanfront lots. It'll just say, therefore, all non-residential and
Right.
multifamily buildings on oceanfront lots shall meet the following site.
Okay, so then where does the abutting major city thoroughfares that you were just talking about go?
It's spread throughout the main body
Okay,
of
I just thought you were
proposal.
starting right on Article 10. Yeah, Okay, all right, I got it now.
Yeah,
Thank
The
you.
purpose of these, there's
Thank you.
only 3 changes. So these are just
Okay.
replacement pages.
All
Okay,
righty.
Thank you. All right. Also, we do have historic sites. They're not historic districts, but they're individual sites in the city, and we want to make sure those and future historic sites aren't subject to these. And the reason for that is there's already oversight for architectural changes with the historic board and for the redevelopment boards in those areas. Also, one clarification too, when we stated that the standards are not applicable to those areas, we want to make sure it's just the building standards that are exempt. It's just the section 4.3, which has about 14 architectural features. So we inserted exempt from section 4.3 because the chapter, the article and section that appears in has a lot of other standards that we don't want to take off the books. 2 of those changes appear on one sheet. Replacement page 3 that I handed out. Let's see.
Okay.
Page 3, which is just what I had just read. Buildings and redevelopment districts, locally designated historic districts, and historic sites are exempt from regulations set forth in 4.3. Okay, the next item on the screen, that's previously we had, as I said, made these standards applicable to residential or non-residential built next to residential, and we want to leave that portion alone. So any previous proposal we had in the May draft, and which is also still in this June draft that we want to draw your attention to, is we're not proposing any changes to Article 18, Section 1.5. That deals with compatibility, and we're not, as we said in the May, we didn't intend to get into that area.
And so that means Article 18, Section 1.5, building scale and clustering will stay what it currently is?
Correct.
Before, okay,
100%.
all right.
Okay. Okay, so that's locations. Regulations, as I went over in May, the proposed standards are applicable to properties abutting major city thoroughfares and all sides of oceanfront lots and tourist districts. And we already made to the package that you received for tonight what I used for green, just so it's not as, doesn't draw your eyes as much as the new text that I'm changing tonight. What's already in here is when we said all sides of oceanfront lots and tourist districts, we revised it to say whether or not, there's no distinction whether or not it's on a major city thoroughfare. Any oceanfront lot in a tourist district is subject to these regulations. And for members of the audience that didn't see the presentation before, what this whole, and it's not all that, it's not a lot of new information. It's just giving some definition to the intent of adding some architectural clarification for walls, architectural features along walls, windows, materials to be used on the walls, roofs, and screening mechanical equipment. The only new regulations, in addition to what was already in there, are loading docks, dumpsters, mini storage buildings, and how to deal with construction debris. So nothing's changed since the May meeting on those. And then finally, administration. At the May meeting, we discussed that no new steps are needed to administer these proposed amendments. When we met with some other staff members in permits and licensing, we had thought over the course of the month or so we worked on these that there was some flexibility built into staff reviewing projects under these standards, existing and proposed. But what we were told is, no, if there's any deviation from the standards, they have to seek administrative appeal, which would be application, due fees that they would need to pay, and hold a public hearing before the planning board here. And we thought we would just raise with the planning board if you're interested. As the regulations are written now, they're really not used by staff. Now that we're kind of ratcheting up the clarity of them, we will use those. And with the economic times we have and wanting to stay competitive for development, while realizing buildings and sites, kind of a one-size-fits-all, even as we've written them, there could be some opportunity occasionally where we would want to entertain varying from the standards. Where I worked before, occasionally there were times when I could see an architect or a project team's point on, okay, you've got these standards, but in this case, here's why we have difficulty meeting it. And so we wanted to come to the planning board and say if there's any interest to discuss, the staff would recommend, or for your discussion, whether or not you want some kind of flexible process that staff could have some authority to administrative relief that wouldn't involve an application or fee. And then if that's appealed, then it could come to the planning board as an appeal to the staff without an application or fee or public hearing. And it would be on a limited basis. It would be rare, but we wanted to see what the planning board thought of that idea. In this draft, we didn't write specific code to insert. We just kind of wanted to put the concept in your hands, and at the end of the staff report and at the end of the June package, we kind of summarize that in a paragraph. But that concludes my presentation of the changes since the June June package you got, and this other concept. If you want to discuss it, or if you want to leave things as they are and see how conformity, compliance with the regulations, how that goes the first.
All right. Are there any questions? Of
Yes,
the
I had a couple.
All right.
I think one was on your last point you made. I think it said in the wording that you would like to have administrative right to change something in a minor situation. Of course, I always have trouble with the word minor because I don't know what it means. And so I thought maybe some way to clear up that a little bit. Secondly, I noticed on section 1A, under A, actually I noticed you marked out part of that in which you said that these requirements shall be met in all sites or parcels where new development occurs. And actually it used to say where there was a change of use or where the use is reestablished after a vacancy of 6 months or more. Is there any reason why we left that out?
Okay. I had to get to the page you were referring to.
Sorry,
Okay, page 2.
it's on page 2.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Page 2, under Article 18, Section 1-2, at the bottom of the page.
Okay.
And I noticed the whole, that the whole end of it was marked out. And I just wondered why you did that.
I could check my notes. I brought all of them over the course of the last month or so. This was an amendment. This particular line, I believe Paul McKittrick requested, with his familiarity in the code and licensing and permitting.
Has to do with the reestablishment
Yes.
of the vacancy, 6 months or more.
Yeah, I just wondered why you didn't make it apply also to, actually to a change of use. I mean, why not? Why would you not apply the same rule? But that's okay, not a big deal. I just wanted to point it out, and I didn't think, and I guess the only other thing I saw was in the next page where you were talking about height and setbacks. Actually, I was kind of surprised where you said that if the setback was 125 feet or more, the maximum height could be 55 feet plus 1 foot for every inch of setback capacity. Is it inch? Is that right?
Yeah, this needs to be analyzed. Mr. Rob Merrill brought this up with me on the phone when he looked it over. He said there's some history, and there was, I think, even some staff understanding that this might have been an error from, over the years that has just been, left in here. But we should take a look at that. Maybe not under this project.
No,
but quickly
okay.
to see.
I just thought that was
I
strange.
agree.
Okay.
So that is something that could come back.
That is something that could come back. There's, to some degree, we tried not to affect a lot of the code because Clarion's undergoing, all the amendments now. But the one specific to the architectural, just dealing with the buildings and not the setbacks or landscaping or lighting, were kind of offhands. And this was kind of, to some degree, a setback regulation, but we have to take a look at that. There's something wrong with that standard. As far as the flexibility we're looking for, one of the regulations is an offset or some architectural break in the plane of 3 feet every 30 feet, and it could be where there could be some projects that come in and due to some of the structural components or where the end of the building is, we're talking about maybe 33, 34 feet every 3 foot offset. The 3 foot offset's actually pretty important, and where I worked before, we never really strayed from that to create the shade and shadow, and it's about the depth you need to see the change in planes. But the length, sometimes whether it's a roof line or a wall, we could be talking about that, or some of the architectural features within 30-foot wall, if it's not listed, but there's another feature that would have the same effect, we could entertain.
Okay.
So there wouldn't be anything major, but
So you're speaking specifically at the time that the application is made and then reviewing that if you see something, they have an idea that might be a little different but doesn't quite match up with this, you could go ahead and make a change at that time.
correct. And where I worked before, I always made sure I had very good grounds to vary, because it would just be the very next project that would say, why does that, Walgreens down the street have it a little longer or something different? And so it would be very rare, but occasionally it
So that would save an applicant coming back, paying a fee, coming back, coming for the planning board, so it's save both time and money for them.
Yes, I think that there's a $300 fee to apply for an administrative appeal. And then the time is money, and so not to wait a month or more, keep the project team going.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Yeah, a couple. Page 1, Article 10, item 10 at the bottom, the cabbage palms, actually, I would add the 2 words per cluster. I don't want any lawyer to think that it means 5 on the entire property, so that would, or any staff member. The page, I had the same thing on page 3, actually seeing the height and setbacks. I mean, there's nothing that gives a formula. I even looked, and definitely that needs to be worked on, and I understand why not having Clarion. Page 8, let's see. The way you have this set up, you have the line drawn through 1 and 2. You need to keep 1 and 2, or otherwise your numbering system's a mess. And then also at the bottom, under number 4, in front of the number 50, you spell it out as 30. That should be changed to 50.
Okay.
And at the last line, you don't need horizontal feet repeated. Okay. Page 11, where we're talking about the this item for discussion. I don't have a problem with minor deviations as long as they're spelled out, as Clarion has suggested. I don't want to just, in fact, I think we've already made some changes in the code based on those Clarion recommendations that says, you know, you can't go more than 10% off the setback, or you can't go more than, so as long as those are spelled out, I would not have a problem with that. What I would have a problem with is I'm not sure what you mean by advertised public meeting. If they're on the planning board agenda, if they're appealing, isn't it an advertised public meeting?
I understood, and we may get some clarification, but I thought when it's an administrative appeal, they have to do a mail notice to surrounding.
So you're just talking about mail notice. Okay, because I do think that it should be posted, because neighbors always should have some way of finding out, other than just reading the legal notice in the paper, that this is coming up, that there's a deviation. Because I agree with Bob, you know, what's beauty to one person is ugliness to another. So I just think there should at least be posting if we do it. And then I think I had one other, let's see. Bent my pages down. No, I think that was it. Oh, I had one question, just going back to what you had up on your PowerPoint. You had in green that you've removed the proposal to withdraw the prohibition against variances for oceanfront standards. Does that mean that stays in? Because what I understood when we did oceanfront standards, part of it was there were no variance from side or front setbacks. If you're talking about other variances, that's one thing. If you're talking about side or front setbacks, I think that needs to stay in. The planning board did a lot of work on that, and that's not something I'd even see as you can deviate.
Okay. The existing code gives a set of sections in the code that you're not allowed, you're just prohibited from applying for a variance. And one of the 4 or 5 were referencing you to the architectural standards in the existing code. Mm-hmm. And when I started to get into the writing or changing the architectural standards, I admit no standard's perfect. There's going to be some room where somebody could want to vary, and it would make perfect sense. So I had removed that one section, that cross-reference, and then when I learned the history of it from other staff members, they said,
right,
absolutely not, bad idea. Don't relax the standards, even architecturally.
Okay. So what you're saying is it's still there.
It's still there.
Okay.
And it was such a subtle change to start with, and then to take it back out, you'd have to really look hard to find that. So I wanted to point out that we're leaving things as they are. It's prohibited to appeal either a variance or an administrative appeal that we talked about a minute ago in the oceanfront area.
Okay.
Are there any other questions from the board?
I just want to be perfectly clear. I understand this. If we have a project that is denied by staff because it deviates from these oceanfront design standards, or major thoroughfare design standards. This is a project that hasn't progressed out of staff review. And staff
Still
tells the
paper.
applicant, you're deviating too much from the design standards, we can't approve it. And they say, okay, we're going to reduce our deviation to 5% deviation. Then that would move forward to the planning board under a regular review. And part of the information coming forward to us would be staff approved the deviation, 5% deviation.
That could be a change from what I was suggesting. What I was suggesting is staff would have the ability to sit with the project team and look at their proposal with the scale and understand, what their difficulty is meeting the standard, and having and we could spell out how much deviation are we talking about, and then they could go on their way to permits and construction, and the building goes up. And what I wrote was, if I said no, there's no justification for you wanting to deviate from that at all. It's no different than any other project or site. If you want to appeal that decision, go to the planning board. But what you're suggesting maybe is an idea where anything that I review that doesn't comply, I still take it to the planning board kind of as a confirmation to say they have deviated and I'm in agreement with this deviation, but we still wanted to bring it to you.
But this is referring to a deviation that happens after the project has been approved by the planning board initially.
Well, there are a lot of projects that won't make its way to the planning board because of the size. Isn't it a limit of 20,000
20,000.
or smaller?
Right.
Those projects just stay within staff review and don't make its way to this planning board. If it's a large project or a PCD or other plan district, it comes here. But a Jimmy John's down the street or Taco Bell or something, if it's a small project, it wouldn't make it to you to start with unless,
If I understood Mr. McGinnis, I think what he was saying, though, if you did agree to a deviation, that when it came to the planning board, it didn't come as a variance, but you called our attention to it, that their staff had approved this or something. I think that's what you
If
were.
the
So we
initial
were-
application had the variation.
Yeah.
that's not what I was recommending, only because that would, if I was in agreement with it and I needed to kind of hold their hand to come to the planning board and say, I agree with what they're suggesting, and you could discuss it and approve it or deny it. That adds a month. That if it's a small deviation, there is some delay. I was only suggesting if I denied the deviation, then they can appeal staff, review, and come to the planning board.
You're not, it might be helpful to actually have this worked out and brought back a little bit, because this in here, is this just a discussion item, or are you asking for a recommendation on something that we don't seem to be clear on, and yet making that recommendation tonight and going to the commission as part of this?
I think if I can interject, I believe he's wanting a discussion on it, and if we agree with that, it would become a part of it to go on to city commission. If not, you'd leave it like it is and go to city commission. Am I correct on that? And Carrie, is there anything you need to add on this at all or not?
I would just agree with what Tracy's saying. If we're not clear on what the consensus is on this discussion, that we would need to bring back some sort of written proposal. But right now, it doesn't sound clear that we're in agreement as to what that should be.
It doesn't sound clear that we even understand what's being proposed.
Well, let me.
So, I mean, just listening to you two, I'm totally lost between,
Okay, I think I can ask a straightforward question. If staff's given some authority to consider deviations, and they're in agreement with the project team, do you want them to bring any and all deviations to you, whether staff agrees with it or denies it? Or do you want us to come to the planning board only if we have denied their?
I think I want to think about it. I mean, it's not as simple as it sounds, thinking of some of the projects.
I think we need some more examples of where this could come into play.
And some examples of
The kinds of
actual
projects, the
deviations.
sizes,
Yeah. It just needs something more concrete. I don't know about the rest of the board, but I just feel like I'm trying to, wrestle a ghost here.
Okay.
So, yeah. Did someone just do that? The ghost. So, yeah, I would be interested in it, but just with actually something more concrete in front of us.
Okay. And
Could that come back as a separate item?
Yeah, that's what
And
I,
not in,
not
affect the
not
rest
as part of this.
that's
Yeah.
a good idea.
Because it has merit in terms of saving
don't
and helping
think so? Oh, I
applicants.
think
You
so.
know, it has a lot of merit.
And
But,
anything under 20,000 square feet, they would do anyway.
right,
It wouldn't affect us.
right.
And they would make that decision themselves, so.
But we all know what happens.
Okay, do we have any speakers on item number 4 from the audience?
I don't see any that have turned in a statement.
Anyone in the audience like to speak for? Anyone against? Oh, yeah. Would you all make sure your mics are on? Okay. Board, I think we've discussed this. I think we're ready for a motion.
Oh, I had that open. Where did the page go? Motion. What are we on? Oh, here we are. Motion to approve Land Development Code Text Amendment Building Appearance Standards, DEV 2011-030, to include the grammatical changes that were pointed out and the let me see, what were these? The replacement, additional changes is provided by staff. And to separate out the revision of the review process and come back with that as a separate item.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Ms. Washington, I'm sorry I bypassed you on item number 4.
That's okay.
We're ready for
Item number
new
5.
items and item number 5.
Item number 5, planned commercial development rezoning, Daytona Kennel Club, DEV 2010-069.
May we hear from staff?
Thank you very much. Dennis Mrozek, planner with the City of Daytona Beach. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice a little bit today. The next item tonight, item number 5, is a planned commercial development amendment for the Daytona Kennel Club. Get that started. Yeah. I'll go on. It is a request to approve the second amendment to the Daytona Beach Kennel Club, PCD, which is located at 960 South Williamson Boulevard, to allow for an electronic message center sign. The location of the Kennel Club, again, 960 South Williamson, southwest corner of Bellevue and Williamson, just adjacent to I-95. The future land use of the property is mixed use, and the zoning of the property is planned commercial development. I took a couple of pictures of the current monument sign that exists on the property at Williamson Boulevard. This is at the main entrance for guests entering the Kennel Club. Put together a couple of dimensions. They're kind of fuzzy up there. They look better on my computer. Approximate sizes of the sign, I figured it was approximately 7 feet tall, might be a little bit taller, and approximately 15 feet wide, total of 105 square feet of the sign. The proposed sign, the proposed EMC sign, a couple of measurements for you. Some of the measurements that were located in the package that we sent you may have been erroneous, and so we went through and started recalculating some of those numbers. So I want to clean those up to make sure that we're all on the same page. The total width of the proposed sign is 14 feet 4 inches, and that's at the top of the sign. That's the top plate. From the bottom to the top of that top plate, from grade level, it's 13 feet 7 inches. And we look at the sign area, we're looking really at the sign cabinet area. That's the tan area of the sign. From side to side, we're looking at 12 feet 10 inches, and from top to bottom, we're looking at 10 feet 9 inches. That's a total of 138 square feet of allowable signage on that portion of the sign. Next thing I wanted to do is kind of take a look at the calculations for the signs that are being proposed, the EMC sign and the static sign above it. EMC sign is located on the bottom. It's 46 square feet, and it takes up 33% of that sign cabinet area. The code, as it's written today, would allow 50% of that sign area to be EMC. So they're below that 50%, only using up 33% for that for the EMC portion. The top portion, or the static portion, is 66 square feet of sign area. That accounts for about 48% of the total cabinet space on the sign. Makes up a total of 112 square feet of signage on each side of the sign. Here's an artist's rendition of what the sign would look like. Approximately 200 feet away, looking north, same side of the street. It kind of gives you an idea of perhaps the size and the width of the sign. A little difficult to read, but I'm sure with glasses I'd be able to do it. Let's see here. As far as waiver requests from the Land Development Code, as I mentioned before, the sign that is proposed is 13 feet 7 inches. The code would allow an EMC of a maximum 8 feet in height. Also, and I pointed it out before, the additional signage beyond the EMC, there's a provision in the code as it's currently written that says you can have, once you have your EMC, which is 50% of the sign, you can have an additional 15% of signage on the sign cabinet. Their actual signage is 48%. And as we take a look at this, and this is really the first one that came through since this EMC ordinance was passed, we take a look at those numbers. It lends itself to a lot of blank space if they met that current code. A lot of blank space on that EMC or on the sign itself. 50% and then only 15% for the remainder of the sign. That's 35% of blank monument sign. As for recommendations, staff does recommend approval of the amendment request. The amendment request is tentatively scheduled for the August 3rd City Commission at the first reading, and the August 17th City Commission for second reading, which is a public hearing. And a reminder that an affirmative vote of 6 is required by the Planning Board to recommend approval to the City Commission.
Are there any questions of staff? May we hear from Mr. Merle, the applicant, or for the applicant?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Planning Board, for the record, Rob Merrill with Cobb Cole, 150 Magnolia Avenue. Here for the applicant. Thank you, Dennis. Dennis has done a pretty good job of giving you all the percentages and the measurements and stuff. And if there's any questions about that, I would be happy to get into it. But I want to start by letting you know and reminding you that the agenda item is a PCD amendment. So the context that you find this EMC request in is, in fact, a plan development. So, and I'm sensitive to the fact that the Planning Board made a recommendation to the City Commission that resulted in a somewhat different ordinance being approved as it relates to these signs. So I'm kind of the first guy out of the box here, and I know I'm in the hot seat, so I'm going to be sensitive to that. But I want to remind you that one of the things that the Commission did that was different from the Planning Board was they made it very clear that plan developments would be allowed some flexibility. This is a case where we're requesting some flexibility. In particular, Dennis mentioned the thing about the 15%. I'm not sure I'm totally clear what the intent of the ordinance was about that, but I'll get into that if you like. But the primary thing that we're asking for tonight is that the sign be allowed to be more than 8 feet tall. And I will tell you that several of us that were involved in this process relied on the fact that the PUD and comprehensive sign plan opportunities for flexibility would allow some flexibility from that height requirement. Otherwise, there would have been a lot of, I think, differing of about the height versus the width, because 360 square feet, if you divide 8 feet into it, gets you a pretty funny looking wide sign. So we got away from that in part because of the flexibility that was given to us. With that in mind, I'm going to pass out a few pictures to you that will primarily focus on that aspect of the request. So let me just do that real quick. Just go from both sides, maybe. Okay. Go that side, and I'll go this side.
Thank you.
One of the things I'm going to try to demonstrate to you, and I apologize for the quality of the photographs. I'm the photographer, and these are with an iPhone. So the first package that I'll ask you to look at is stapled together and has number 1 on the top right-hand side.
Oh, there's another package?
Everybody has them. Let me know.
When you say first package, is there more than one?
There's 2. One went
stapled
that way,
package?
one went this way.
Oh, okay.
So they got to go all the way
Okay.
around both ways.
All right. Oh, that's a great idea.
Oh, Dennis, look at you using
That is a
technology.
great idea for the,
Good job.
Whoever
Well, that sort of trumps the whole 2-day notice thing about the.
that's right.
Sorry,
I know, I know what you mean.
God, I didn't know I had that opportunity.
We were doing that?
Yeah, I'll be bringing stuff in.
Two-day
I'll be
notice.
bringing stuff in at the last
Bring
second
pictures.
now. Okay, all right. Well, that's good to know. That's really nice to know. Okay, starting with the package that has the number 1 on it. What I'm doing here is just giving you a windshield shot going north on Bevel. I'm sorry, on Williamson towards the site. The road that you see off to the right in that first picture is the service entrance to the Kennel Club.
Okay.
And I put a little yellow air on there because you really can't even see the existing sign on this picture almost. Again, the dimensions of the existing sign are 7 feet tall by 15 feet wide, so it's a little bit wider than the sign we're proposing, and about 5 feet or so shorter, 6 feet shorter. As you go to the next page, you'll see I'm getting closer to it. The white striping that you see on the right is the entrance, the beginning of the turn lane that is the entrance to the Kennel Club. And as you go to the next picture, you'll see I'm entering the turn lane. And then the last picture, you'll see I'm actually in the turn lane. I'd say 100 feet or so from the entrance to the Kennel Club, and you still can't even read the sign.
That's right.
So next slide gets you from the different direction, the one with number 2 on the top. That gets you coming in the opposite direction from the south, and you can actually see the sign there. You'll see that the sign is indicated, of course, by the yellow arrow. If you look just to the right of the arrow, you'll see the entrance to the turn lane dedicated to the Kennel Club site. And one thing you get from the picture here, you see here, is this is a gigantic right-of-way. I'm going to venture to say it's probably a 200-foot amount of right-of-way that the county got for Williamson, and you'll see also that the sign is set back a considerable distance from the edge of right-of-way, or at least from the edge of pavement, because there's a big sidewalk that's got to be at least 30 or 40 feet from the edge of pavement with a drainage structure, a swale in between it. So the sign is way back off the road to start with. If you look at the next page, I'm just entering the turn lane there, and you'll start to see the sign a little more clearly. The third page, same thing. I'm proceeding down the turn lane, and the sign is starting to get where you can almost read it. And then the fourth page, you can actually begin to start to read the sign, but you're almost in the intersection. So it's, and one thing you can also see from that third picture is the background is behind the sign is the buildings that make up the Kennel Club, and it's a huge structure. And compared to the size of the sign, and when you look at the sign relative to the amount of frontage that the Kennel Club has, it's very, very small. So the final page that I put in the second package is the photo simulation of the, and this is a scaled simulation of the proposed sign on the site. You'll notice that as compared to the immediately previous picture, this is further to the west. I think Susan from Don Bell Signs, who's here, who did this for us, had to actually get a straight-on shot of it. Couldn't do a diagonal shot like I was taking with the camera from the road for purposes of being able to superimpose the picture on there and have it be accurate. So this gives you an impression, I think a pretty real-world impression of what the sign would look like. You're down in a hole here because of the drainage area here. As you can see, if you look to the right, the cars are way up above you. So when you're looking at this sign from the road, it's not going to look as high as it does in this picture, for what that's worth. Again, I think from a standpoint of the compatibility with the scale, the size of the building, the architecture of the building, the sign that's being brought to you is very much fits with the surroundings. I think that the procedural opportunity that I'm using here to bring it to you in the form of a PCD is intended to look at those sorts of things, and that's what I'm asking you to do. I would also remind those of you who haven't been out in this area recently, the pictures that I'm taking are essentially the end of the runway of the airport. Right across the street immediately is the Speedway's hay farming operation where they park cars on a temporary basis during events. And then as you go down Bellevue, we have various what I would call industrial uses down along that area. So this sign is really kind of in a place where we're hoping it's going to be exposed to some people driving by in the street, but otherwise it's not in anybody's view, and I would venture to guess that there wouldn't be anybody here that would object to it tonight. I'd also mention to you, and I think this was something that we talked about when the ordinance was coming through, the Kennel Club is a pretty big employer in the area, and Jim Cameron actually from the Chamber spoke in favor of their aspect of the request for the ordinance, and I think he may even speak in favor of it tonight. They employ more than 400 people, have a real sizable payroll, and I think they provide an opportunity for tourists to have a place to go when it's raining out, and for some of our retirees and others to go out and do things during the day. And I think that they're a good corporate citizen, and I hope that you'll keep that in mind as far as our request tonight.
Any questions from the board of Mr. Merle? Do you have anyone
Yes.
speak?
Jim Cameron.
Mr. Cameron?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. I'm Jim Cameron, Senior Vice President of Government Relations, Daytona Regional Chamber. Larry, I'll hold to that 3 minutes. I think that was directed at me. They say I talk slow. And
Well,
Actually, it was directed at me,
we
Jim.
heard you before, Jim.
But, no, I would like to reiterate, like what Rob was saying, though. Kennel Club, they are a good corporate citizen. They do give back to the community in a number of different fashions and all. But more so, I wanted to congratulate, like I say, planning board and the city, because last year, or excuse me, I believe it's earlier this year, no, last year, you did come up with a good electronic message center ordinance, though. Very well done. Chamber, we did ask for some modifications, though. Slight modifications, and height was one of those things that we had asked for in this, and this is one of the examples that we're seeing. And I think it also says out here, because if I'm not mistaken, you got about like a 50 mile an hour speed limit here, and you want to make sure that your viewers that will be looking to go to the Kennel Club will be able to see that. But it's happened to me on at least 2 occasions personally. I'm coming in from the north side and looking to go out there, and not thinking is that I turn into the facility and I'm in the service entrance around where the trash cans and everything are. And I had somebody call the other night. We had our chamber business after hours the other night, and somebody called me, Jim, I'm out here. Wait a minute, where's the entrance to this place? They did the same thing. They turned into the service entrance, though. So I think that is a prime example of what this speaks to, though. But again, wanted to say what you have in your ordinance, though, as far as this sign is concerned, it's still, it's no moving graphics and all. I mean, and Tracy, when you had brought that up, I mean, I even had problems if you had moving parts into it. I don't like that type stuff, but this is still lettering, and like I say, changes in 60 seconds, and this sign will, Rob, include public service announcements from time to time, right? Okay, good, because that's one of the things we'd said. But again, as far as planned commercial development flexibility, reiterating that, we support the amendment. Thank you.
As long as giving credit on working on that, you and Mr. Merle, I know, were quite involved with that, along with Pam Woods, I think, from the commission, and working through that.
You need to talk into
Mike.
when you do that.
I'm sorry. Okay. Is there anyone else in the audience that'd like to speak for or against? Are you for or
I think so.
against? Okay.
Luigi Condic, 718 North Wild Olive. What I am against, I mean, I don't really like electronic message centers. I think people know that. But this is a precedent. And here comes, which I knew it would happen the minute that got passed, and there are all these little exceptions, one at a time. People, I don't care whether they're in PCDs or it's not in a PCD, one at a time. I believe that they will all come to you and say, we just want this exception, or we just want that exception. That's all we're looking for. And I think you're going to have to deal with this more than one time. I mean, we made rules, and maybe we should stick by it. And that's all. Thank you.
Would you, if you make sure you fill out a green form, so we have a record of that. Anyone else caring to speak to this?
Actually,
Board?
may I make a comment?
Yes.
I, of course, wasn't here when y'all put together the stipulations for the electronic signs, and my question is,
Oh,
there you have it. My question is
Shortened my
that,
life
and
3 years.
you know, being fairly new on the board, I am a little concerned that if we put together a protocol, per se, or a design, this is what we're going to allow, and then it seems that the next person that comes up, I mean, what are we going to state? This is what the code is going to be, or are we going to just loose terms to where the next person comes up and they can take kind of what we have and fit to their agenda? And I'm not trying to talk bad about any. You know, I've been to the Kennel Club, like the place actually, but what I'm concerned about is that if it's kind of like, you know, being a legislature from the bench, you know, or you're trying to, you know, if somebody comes up, then we want it. This fits our purpose better, so let's go ahead and you know, change the code to fit our needs for this one. But at what point do we realize, okay, at that point we got to stop here, you know? And again, I'm just proposing the question: when do we make this decision? Okay, after the third or fourth revision. All right, this is the one we kind of like the best, and this is what our code standards are going to be. Am I making sense, or am I?
No, I understand what you're saying.
Mr. Chair, can I try to help you with it, since I was involved in the process?
If you would wait, if we can have our discussion, then I'll give you an opportunity to make
Sure.
make a closing statement. I think
Okay.
that would help, if you'll
Okay.
think what it is. Anyone else? Maybe we don't have anyone.
Yes.
oh yeah, we have. Are
Oh,
you
yes.
kidding?
I share Matthew's concern, Mr. Bowen's concern. We have the 20 standards that we've listed in here when we put together this ordinance. And this is an exception to one. And I realize that there can be, coming in if somebody has a comprehensive sign plan or as coming in as part of a development agreement. But that's coming in with a comprehensive sign plan or the development agreement. There's an entire plan for the signage. And flexibility on that, I did not read as, I read as usually this organization has a sign that is 5 feet wide and 6 feet high or 8 feet high. And the flexibility would be in the design standard for the entire project. I did not read it as, for a project that does not have a comprehensive sign plan or a development, that we would apply anything but the standards that we put into the EMC ordinance. That's how I read it.
Mm-hmm.
And I share your concern because this is only one of 20 different, if somebody asked us next to waive the display screen 50% requirement, oh, it's only 60%. Are we going to say, well, it's only 10% more, that's okay. If we get into the number of signs permitted per 1,000 feet, or any of these other things. Or we can't put landscaping of that type that's required by the ordinance, but we'll put something half the size of the landscaping. Where do we draw the line? So my feeling is, that's actually my feeling on this. We went to a great deal of difficulty to set up these requirements. And once we start making exceptions, as I say, if it's part of a comprehensive sign plan and there seems to be a logical, flexible, logical reason for us to be flexible, I can understand that. And I also understand in the development, if it's part of a larger development. But as this is really coming to us as just as a single sign, the same way anybody else would come to us as a single sign applicant.
As a remark, I think you...
If Mr. Hoitzman maybe wants to go
Oh, I didn't
first.
see.
You might be shorter than me.
Are you saying you're long-winded or what?
I might be on this one.
Yeah, this has been a long battle for us.
Mike, you can't.
Bob is the name. This has been a long time battle. We've had this off and on for the 20 years I've been on this board, and I think we finally take a good look. I think we finally took a good look at it a year or two ago, and we came up with these rules that we did. And in fact, our suggestion, I believe, to the City Commission was that we would allow none. That was not accepted, and they came up, and so they came back to us, and we came up with some, I think some alternatives that some of us didn't like, but they were still there. I think I agree with you all that precedent is very difficult, because once you do it, you got to live with it, and it makes all our future much more difficult, because every time somebody comes, how about the people who we've already done now? Can they come back to us and get it a little bigger? No, I would say we stick with where we are, and we do not allow something like this, because 13 feet's good size. Now, they're going to have it lit, and of course, that'll give it more visibility, but I think we stick with where we are.
As a remark?
Before I start my comments, can I just ask legal an interpretation, just to make sure we're clear on what this is? The ordinance, as the commission passed it, given our mistake over how many people voted, electronic message center signs cannot be processed through the semi-public use procedure or through the plan development process unless the plan development is for a sport and entertainment venue on sites exceeding 35 acres. So it's not just any plan development process anywhere. It's the way I read what was attached to us is just plan development process for sports and entertainment venues on sites exceeding 35 acres. Is that correct? That would be section 6.2.
Is the question whether the accept applies to both the semi-public use procedure and the plan development process?
Well, no, the question is the only type of plan development process that this is allowed to be done through is for plan developments, because it says except for plan developments for sports and entertainment venues on sites exceeding 35 acres. This can't just happen through any plan development process anywhere in the city, is how I read this. That's what I want to make sure of.
It appears that way.
Okay. And then the next one, C, except as specifically permitted in an approved comprehensive sign plan or plan development agreement, electronic message center signs shall meet the following design, construction, location, and operational standards. It was my understanding, and I wasn't at the commission meeting, but that the city attorney was going to speak to that word specifically, being that those that are currently in place. Unless it's currently in place, you can't
Well, that's not the way I understand it. And
Okay,
I did
that's what I
talk to
wanna-
the city attorney, and it's basically saying, here's the standards, unless you're in a CSP or a plan development agreement.
Okay. So then actually, anyone in any plan development agreement doesn't have to meet any of these standards. They can ask for a
they can-
waiver
they
from
can ask
every
for a-
single one,
They can ask.
from every single standard. Okay.
I
Yeah,
don't think so.
I wasn't,
I just wanted to make a comment too. I pass by there quite frequently, live in that area. And I was out the other day, and so I'm imagining, I'm glad you had some pictures, but I'm imagining that sign I did not have any difficulty seeing, coming or going, either direction. But then I'm thinking, well, it's 7 feet tall, and you're asking for a variance of another 5 feet 7 inches, or almost twice the size, lacking, what, 2 feet and 3 inches. And I'm imagining that, and I'm looking at the cluster of palm trees there, 7 or 8 clustered there, and just imagine that size. The lower palm trees, you're almost to that height, and that's because you've brought it in to make it square. And I'm just wondering if you went ahead and added the other foot with the 15 feet that you have. I would think you could accommodate anything on the sign that you wanted. That would be a very large sign. And I know it doesn't appear in that picture, but I'm going to tell you, you look at it with your naked eye, and that certainly would. And as far as the hayfield for parking and even more acreage there, we all know that in time that is going to be built up, and that still will be a large sign. So I'm quite concerned about it. Now, I'm sorry. It's your turn.
Well, what I was trying to do at the beginning, Larry, was try to defer some of those going around in circles with the same questions, because I was, and Carrie, I know you weren't involved in all the steps of the process, but I was involved in every excruciating detail of it, including all the meetings that occurred with Pam outside of the commission to try to bring a consensus. So I was hoping I could lend a little insight that would help, certainly to Matthew, the new member here, because when I started my presentation, I mentioned to you that I was going to be sensitive to the fact that what the commission approved wasn't what you guys recommended. As it relates to this plan development versus comprehensive sign plan, originally the recommendation from Planning Board was, we don't want any of that. Because to give you some history, Matthew, the reason why there are already signs approved right now is because the interpretation of legal, which I completely agree with, is plan developments are a mechanism that provides flexibility, as were comprehensive sign plans, which I crafted and put into the ordinance for 2 different clients, Halifax Hospital and the Speedway, that allowed them to do a very comprehensive planning of their signage, are mechanisms which allow flexibility from things like sign prohibitions, which the Electronic Message Center sign prohibition had been, as Bob said, around for 20 years, back when the Maui Knicks sign had that little gorilla that jumped up and down and distracted everybody on A1A and got everybody all upset. So fast forward now to this process that took a better part of a couple of years to get through, I think, where we finally said, let's come to grips with something that we can live with. Well, when we got those 20 standards, and I would agree with you all wholeheartedly as a lawyer, when you put standards down and they're firm standards, why would you waiver from them unless you had a hardship case? Variance, as you said, Larry, that's not what we're talking about here at all. What happened was this got to the commission. There were several people in the audience when this first went to the commission, like the hospital and the colleges and the Speedway and others, that said, wait a minute, guys, this is modern technology that's come a long way since 20 years ago when Maui Knicks was doing the sign that distracted people. So we want you to consider the possibility that some of this technology should be acceptable. Well, they narrowly carved out a piece of the ordinance and said, institutes of higher education. As Tracy was talking about earlier, plan developments where there are sporting events and that type of activity. I'm not reading it verbatim, but very narrow exceptions. This is one of them. The Kennel Club was chosen as one of the very few places where we thought it would be appropriate. All of the situations that I'm aware of, all the businesses that I represent that want to bring forward these signs, and I want to say this on the record so you know when I show up in a few months, you don't say, Merrill, you're trying to dupe us here. are going to be looking for variations. I can tell you that Bethune-Cookman, for an example, has a 20-foot sign out in front of the Performing Arts facility that they are not going to tear down. It's a nice sign. But they're going to retrofit the panels that flip around like this with electronic
They're
signage.
going to ask.
They're going to ask for them to be retrofitted. The basis for them doing that is going to be a comprehensive sign plan or plan development, because they're an institution of higher learning that qualifies under the very narrow exceptions for electronic message center signs. I hope I'm clarifying for you, because it's not going to be a huge precedent that's set. It's very narrow, but absolutely, the flexibility provided by the CSP or the PUD is in the ordinance and was adopted by the commission that way on purpose. Now, I stood here in front of this board, said, please don't confine yourself to these 20 standards that you're putting in, because sometimes they won't fit. Leave a relief valve. You guys said, no, we don't think it's a good idea. Commission differed with them, with this board. Now, I'm not coming back here to replead my case on that to you. I'm telling you, this is the piece of legislation that was adopted that I'm now operating under, and I'm trying to bring forward to you in the form of what it's really going to look like, and telling you that I think it makes sense and it fits here. And I have the procedural mechanism, and I think Carrie will agree with me, to ask for it. And it's within your discretion to decide whether this fits. If you're saying you think it's too tall, I would respond by telling you it's only 112 square feet. The ordinance, the standard, the list of 20 things, or whatever it is, 10 things, said it could be 360 square feet. So it's a third of the size that it could be. We just thought that being a narrower sign and slightly taller would provide room so that, and this shows you when you're within 100 feet of it, you can still barely read it. I mean, it's still not going to be a huge, obnoxious sign, or Jim Cameron would not have stood up and said, I agree with Rob. He's already said on the record many times, I don't want Daytona to turn into Las Vegas. And there are no moving parts on it. It's just text. It allows us to say when the matinee is going to be coming up, and when there's some sort of a special thing going on, or some sort of a message from the community. It allows us to change it without going out and moving things on the sign. That's been the reason all along. So I put it before you in terms of the precedent thing that's been raised by a few of you. Yes. I mean, precedent in the sense that the mechanism is there, but it's not a variance. We're not asking for something out of the ordinary, and we're not trying to show a hardship. We're telling you as business people, as a large business in this community, we think this sign's going to help us. And we think it makes sense. We think it fits. We think it's going to look nice. And when it comes to signage, in the years I've been doing this, the main thing that you all have looked at is, what's this sign going to look like? And I just showed you a picture of it. This is to scale. I think it's going to look nice. I hope you agree with me. That's my case for you tonight.
Okay. Now, could I finish my comments?
Sorry, Tracy.
That's all right.
But I would like to have an opportunity to respond to you.
Okay. I don't think you will want to, but that's okay.
Be good.
You mean as in we're on the same side? Okay. Actually, though, my comments were, because certainly, I mean, everyone knows where I stand on this. I hate these signs. But and by the way, Mr. Merrill, I checked on the minutes. Actually, on the record, you agreed with what was proposed when it was done. No, you agreed with what was proposed. Mr. Francati got up and agreed with what was proposed at the planning board. I had the minutes. I did look back. Once all of that was done, when you got up and spoke, you agreed. But the only justification that is given in our staff report is that you think from a business point of view, and this is what I was taken by, the applicant believes this is the minimal height necessary for the sign to be effective from a business standpoint, without any reason for why it's 13 foot or 14 feet 7 or 13 feet 7 and not 13 feet 10 or not 14 feet 1. And actually, I started doing a little research and spent several days reading. I went on to different databases. The United States Sign Council, which has been around since the early 70s, the U.S. Small Business Administration, the National Chamber of Commerce, the U.S. Department of Transportation, the American Planning Association, and actually several large manufacturers of EMC signs. I couldn't find a single study or a piece of evidence that correlated and supported your idea that there's some minimal sign height that becomes business effective. There's not a single study out there. I mean, I was going back 40 years plus. I found a lot of articles on the controversy between sign height, and it usually falls out like this. Businesses want bigger, they think bigger is better, and communities want smaller because they think less is more. And that's the controversy everywhere in the country. But actually what I found that caused me to change my mind on all of this is studies by the U.S. Department of Transportation going back 40 plus years on traffic safety and signs. And quite frankly, I wish we'd had this information from anyone interested, whether it was staff or anyone dealing with this all along, because reading about this, an 8-foot above ground, above grade sign is too short for any kind of sign. I'm not saying I don't believe in monument signs at all, but there are studies that look at visible reaction time, that look at how fast the traffic is going, that look at how many lanes of traffic there are, that look at how far is the sign set back before it's visible, that look at how tall the letters are on the sign so someone can read them. The U.S. Department of Transportation, the reason that all our stop signs and pedestrian crossing signs, by the way, are 12 feet high. They're 12 feet above grade. The minimal traffic sign is 7 feet above grade with no copy below that 7-foot point. The reason is if you put one car in front of you, you won't see the sign. Now, I started driving around looking at all the signs everywhere. When I had my yardstick and I was measuring the EMC sign on the front of the City Hall in Holly Hill, and I had the police officer very nicely come up to me and ask me what I was doing, had a great conversation with him. And actually, he backed up just from his years as a police officer a lot of what I had been reading. The Holly Hill sign is 15 feet high, 15 feet above grade by 15 feet wide. Their EMC lettering starts at 3 feet 10 inches, which is just about, I think, where this starts, 3 feet 10 inches above grade. That's a little low except for the fact that they are set so far back from the road. They're 22 feet. This is even further. Their letters on their sign are 11 inches high. When you've gone 500 feet, you can't see them. The traffic studies looked at, there are two things in particular that add to your traffic lack of safety with signs. One is if you are in an area, if you live in an area that has a lot of tourists. We do. The other is if you live in an area that has an older population. Most of us don't see as well at night as we could when we were 20, as we do at 57 or older. And that increases the problems with the signs. So while I initially looked at this and thought a request for a 71% increase in the standard for sign height was just totally outrageous, the more I read these and the more I drove around, I actually quite frankly think this sign should be 15 feet tall, not 13 feet 7, especially because this is even further back than the City Hall one in Holly Hill. And looking at Rob's pictures of what's readable, I could read the City Hall one from 500 feet away. I'm sure I can't read this from 200 feet away. I am very, very sensitive to certainly what I've heard the board say tonight too, but I do find myself thinking that we made a mistake in the sign height. And in sign height in general. And it's, I hope that this actually goes through at this height. I think that it fits the space that's out there. When I drove out there, I was listening to Mr. Francati. I remember him saying that they have a lot of people that just drive right by with a 7-foot above grade sign. You do. I don't, because I know where it is. But if I didn't live here, I wouldn't know where it is. So I just found myself, for once, I really badly want to say we should stick to the rules. But from a traffic safety standpoint, I don't think these rules make sense, quite frankly. And I think that's a bigger intent for the code than just what the sign should be. So that's where I stand on it. So you probably don't want to disagree with that, I don't think, Mr. Merrill.
I'm staying still.
Do we have any other comments, Ms. Washington?
Yes, I do. Just Monday evening, I rode in that area, and I passed it, personally. I could not see the sign. I came back Tuesday. I did the same. If you don't know what's there, and especially if you don't see well after dark, I'm one of those. The sign is small. It's good to sit here and talk about sizes and heights, but it's not a one-size-fits-all, especially when you look at where this sign is being positioned. And I think the size that's being proposed is excellent, or at least it's reasonable, because if you've got individuals going in that area that are not familiar, and I live in that area, it's just that I don't travel to the Kennel Club. I bypassed it twice, 2 days in a row. So what about visitors? And the idea is signage so that individuals can find it.
Mrs. Sage?
While we're discussing vision, that's my business. And I can tell you a lot about vision, and you are right. At night, you cannot see. We're not raccoons, so we're not meant to be driving around really seeing, angels dancing on the head of a pin at 1,000 feet at night. However, I do think that they are going to have the added benefit of having the electronic message display. That is a brighter contrast than what you've got right here, this buff on buff. I agree, the sign that's there now is hard to see. But I think we can still have an allowable size sign, and they will have an added benefit of having that contrast during the day and especially at night. So I appreciate your homework, Tracy. I do. And I know you do it. That's why we love you. But, we made rules for reasons. I can appreciate bending them when it's appropriate. However, I do think that doing that does not outweigh the benefit that they're already going to get. So I'd like to stay with what we have agreed upon in the past. I think they're going to get some benefit just from changing the sign and still be an allowable size.
Is there any more discussion from the board? Are we ready for a motion?
Motion to approve planned commercial development rezoning Daytona Kennel Club DEV 2010-069 with the height modification as requested.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I would ask for a roll call vote on this, please.
Ms. Remark?
Yes.
Mr. Hoitzman?
No?
Ms. Lesage? No. Ms. Benjamin? Yes. Mr. Moore?
No.
Mr. Neal?
Yes.
Mr. Bohan?
No.
Ms. Washington? Yes. Mr. McGinnis?
No.
It is not approved. 4 to 5.
4 to 5.
I'm sorry, was it four to
4
5?
yeses, 5 noes.
Okay.
See you in a couple months, the next one.
You still have an opportunity, yeah.
Yeah, he still has.
All right. We're ready for item number 6.
Item number 6, planned commercial development, rezoning, Robbie O'Connell's DEV 2011-007.
May we hear from staff?
All right. Good. Thank you, Dennis Mrozek, planner with the City of Daytona Beach. The next item is item number 6, a PCD rezoning for Robbie O'Connell's. There's a request to rezone the property located at 550 Seabreeze Boulevard from BR1 Business Retail to a planned commercial development to allow live music on the site. I have a location map for you. Shows, let me see if I can, there you go. Shows you where the property is located. It's, again, at 550 Seabreeze on the southwest corner of Seabreeze and Grandview. Future land use of the property is retail. The current zoning of the property is BR1. And the proposed zoning for the property is PCD, Planned Commercial Development. Got a couple of pictures, current pictures of the site. Nice to see that they have their notifications posted. Always good. See the from the corner and a straightaway shot over there to Robbie O'Connell's on the corner. Currently, the property is being used as a bar with a 4-cop license, alcohol license. That includes beer, wine, and liquor sales. They do not operate a restaurant at the site. And also, live entertainment is not allowed at the site. It's currently not allowed. This is done through a settlement agreement that this property owner had with the city going back some time, and it was I think the crux of this was based on adult entertainment regulations. The city allowed them to continue to serve alcohol on a 4-cop license without having the restaurant, provided that they would not have live entertainment at the site. The proposed use for the site, the applicant is seeking to add live entertainment as a use for the site. The live entertainment would be limited to Irish styles of music and an acoustic guitar with amplified sound. The locations would be 100 square foot areas maximum, located on the first and the second floor. Got a a depiction here. This is the first floor, showing you where the location of the live entertainment area would be. Again, the second floor with the live entertainment, contained to a 10 by 10 square foot area, which is the regulations that were approved when the allowing live entertainment in restaurants with alcohol that came through a little over a year ago. Waiver requested. As they rezone to a PCD, they are allowed to request waivers from the Land Development Code. One of the waivers that they're looking to waive is the requirement for a restaurant use. As I was saying before, restaurants that serve alcohol can't have live entertainment. They do not have the full restaurant at this site. The limits to only one contiguous area of no more than 100 square feet. The way I interpret the current Land Development Code with the new regulations is there's only one area allowed per property that would that you could have the continuous 100 square feet for the live entertainment. Also, a couple others, required building setback in a planned commercial development. There are requirements for building setbacks. It's an existing building. It'd be impossible to have them comply with that, so that's a waiver from the Land Development Code. Another waiver from the Land Development Code is the minimum distance, the minimum district area for a planned commercial development. The Land Development Code says if you're going to rezone a property to a PCD, has to be has to be a minimum of 1 acre. This is another area where you're allowed to ask for a waiver from that requirement. The total area of this property is 0.0615 acres, or acre. A couple other, I should point out, I highlighted them up there. I don't know if I had them in your package, but there are a couple others that I had identified as requesting a waiver. Hours of operation, when the previous ordinance went through, we limited hours of operation for these facilities from 11 o'clock a.m. to 11 o'clock p.m. They didn't make a request to have those hours, so they'd be their hours would would be flexible based on their schedules. So that would be a waiver from the code. Also, and this was a point of contention, it kind of went through when we did the land development code on this live entertainment, a cover charge. Facilities, restaurants with alcohol that were going to have live entertainment couldn't have a cover charge. Not included in this agreement, they would have to ask for a waiver from the cover charge for this particular property. As far as recommendation, staff does recommend approval of the rezoning of the request. The rezoning request is tentatively scheduled for the August 3rd, 2001 City Commission for first reading, and the August 17th, 2011 City Commission meeting for the second reading. And as a reminder, an affirmative vote of 6 is required by the Planning Board to recommend approval to the City Commission.
Does anyone have any questions of staff? May we hear from the applicant, Mr. Storch?
Hi. For the record, my name is Glenn Storch, and I represent Robbie O'Connell's. But actually what I really represent is Robbie and Tanya O'Connor, who are here today. As you can probably tell, this is a labor of love on my part. We've talked about this a little bit before. Every once in a while something happens and it just doesn't make any sense with government. And that's what's happened in this case. And I'm trying to figure out why. Why is it that an Irish pub can't have an Irish band or someone playing a guitar in that Irish pub? Especially since I've now been convinced by Robbie and Tanya that having an Irish pub without music, without live music, is like a church without a soul. So they really feel they need this to make this a true Irish pub. So we've started looking at this. And as you can tell from the presentation before, the reason why live music was not permitted on this site is because this was originally part of a adult entertainment facility. And it was not by Robbie and Tanya, it was by the previous owner. And they, I don't know if you know this, but Robbie and Tanya leased from that previous owner since 2003. They took this property, which was, as you can imagine, not exactly the best repute, and they turned it into a place that is really beloved by the people in that area, by the young professionals, and now I've been in it too, by me. This is a wonderful place to be, and it's the sort of place where we should encourage in Daytona, something that's really special and unique, and something that the tourist would love to come and see. So the music part of this struck me as the only thing that was missing from this. And if you have music in an Irish pub, it makes all the difference in the world. So we started looking at this, and again, the reason why this was not allowed is because of the agreement with the previous owner. And one of the things when working with staff was, if that previous owner no longer owned this restaurant or this bar, would it then be possible to seek some other option? And the answer was yes. And so that's what we did. They have basically mortgaged themselves. They've hocked everything they own. They put their entire life on hold, and they've bought this property because they believe in this so much. So the previous owner does not own this. Robbie and Tanya own this now. And it's their intent to make this the best possible place they can. And I think you can tell they've worked closely with the city. They were told they could not have, when they first came in, they had music, by the way, and it made a huge difference. When they were told by the city they could not have music because of this previous agreement, they stopped. But they've proceeded to try to find a solution to this. And, you know, the solutions could be anything. It's very difficult sometimes when working with government. You know, for instance, as you saw, one thing they could do is put in a kitchen, but you can't feed and serve restaurant food, but you can't physically put in a kitchen in this place, especially with the economic standards, to make this anything other than an Irish bar, which is an Irish pub, which is what it is. They looked at that. They looked at the possibility of a kitchen. They looked at the possibility of relocating. They looked at other places, in fact, out of Daytona Beach. But this is where they truly loved and truly wanted to be. And so the question was, how can we do this? And staff worked with us and came up with the idea of doing a plan development for this site, with the only change for this plan development from what is there right now is allowing live music as opposed to recorded music. I mean, you saw the site itself. I mean, they keep it up well. Everything on the outside will stay exactly the same. Not a thing will change. Nothing will change whatsoever. Everything on the inside will stay exactly the same, except for the fact that a band can come in and play for their customers. Now, right now, they can have recorded music. They can have loud recorded music and have that in the bar, and it would be there. It would have the noise, I guess, which some people might object to. I can't figure out why there would be a problem with having live music in an Irish pub, especially the way we've structured it here, where it's only Irish music in an Irish pub. We thought we'd done everything right, and so what we were looking at was that there would be absolutely no change to the neighborhood other than bringing it up. We were looking at the fact that if you could bring Irish bands in, like the one that just appeared at what's the name of the? That's right. That just appeared there. They couldn't come to the real Irish pub in Daytona because of this ban. But if we could bring that, we could bring continue to bring the crowd up as well. One of the things that did concern me a little bit when Dennis was making his presentation was the fact that he indicated that cover charges were an issue. We never even thought about cover charges, to be honest with you, Dennis, because we've never charged a cover charge and wouldn't think of charging a cover charge. The whole purpose of an Irish bar or an Irish pub, as indicated in this great article in the News Journal about Robbie O'Connell's, is that it's more than a drinking establishment. It's a gathering place. It's a place for friends to gather. And you don't have cover charges when you're trying to bring your friends in to gather. So that's what we were looking at. We were looking at the option of doing that for our friends and our customers. And that's the only change. And again, it causes no impact whatsoever to the neighborhood, no impact to the outside. Again, it possibly maybe cause some people to come in that would like to hear music, like such as myself. But that's it. But from the outside, you won't know the difference. And one of the things that's interesting is, I've dealt with live music issues before. And if there are residents near not live music, they have concerns. The closest residential zoning in this area is 750 feet away. This is in the middle of the commercial area. This is exactly where it should be if you're going to have something like this. And this is the sort of thing, from a tourism standpoint, I've talked to some people, they really are encouraged by the idea of an Irish pub with Irish music. And when our tourists come in, hopefully down at the convention center, that we can bring them to this place and we can bring them to Seabreeze and start Seabreeze coming up again. So that's the concept. And like I say, it's a fairly simple concept. If there's any questions at all, we're here. We have, I don't think there's, I'll be glad to answer any questions. I look forward to them.
Do we have any questions of Mr. Storch?
2, would you add, what about the operation time? 11 to 11 or 11 to 3?
Do you have a problem with turning the music off at 11 or so? At 2?
Uh-huh.
How's that?
Okay.
I'm
just asking. Asking what you're,
I'll
you're saying till.
I'll tell you this.
I just need a straight answer.
And I can understand that, but that's something I hadn't been addressed at this point. Come on up.
Actually,
Bobby.
you can't. I just need to know what your finish time would be for the live music. That's all I need to know.
We would prefer the finish time to be 2 because
2
that's
a.m.
when people are there.
Okay.
All right? Now, I will,
And then
I will
cover
tell you
charge.
this. If there's a problem from any neighborhood whatsoever, I would certainly look at the idea of reducing that. Is that correct, guys? Okay, because we
Okay.
don't believe you'll even hear it outside.
And then any cover charge if that were into
Absolutely
no cover
none.
charge.
Absolutely none.
Okay.
And we'll put a provision in there that there's no cover charge. Because I think that's the sort of thing that, when you cover charge, you're looking at like a teen establishment, where they bring people in. But that's not what this is. So, yeah, we'll agree and stipulate no cover charge.
Okay.
All right, we have two speakers for Mr. Tom Leake.
Mr. Storch is too tall. Let me pull this down a little bit. Thank you. I'm Tom Leake. I'm a shareholder with the law firm of Cobb Cole. I'm also the chairman of the Daytona Regional Chamber of Commerce. And I'm here tonight to support My Irish Pub. This is the place that I go. This is a local place. And if you've been to Robbie's and you go to Robbie's, you know that it's a local place and it's a place where locals go to hang out. Robbie and Tanya are great people. They are great corporate citizens. They support Art House. They have functions there to support different charities. They support Art House. They ride in the MS ride. They support a number of different Catholic charities. This is a good establishment and a good local bar for local people. When I have friends who come to town, I bring them to Robbie's because that's the place that I like to go. And my friends, when they leave, remember Robbie's because it's authentic. It's what this community is about, and Tanya and Robbie are what our citizens are about. And I hope that you will find it in you to support Robbie and Tanya. Thank you.
Mr. Cameron.
I'm Jim Cameron, Senior Vice President, Government Relations, Daytona Regional Chamber. I think it was last year that was before you, when we worked on the entertainment ordinance, live entertainment ordinance. And there were a number of good questions and a number of issues to be dealt with, though, but I think you came up with a good compromise. But then when it was approved by City Commission, I thought everything was pretty much resolved. But then again, I heard back from, like I say, Robbie O'Connell's, and it's my understanding what the problem there was that they were somehow joined at the hip, so to speak, with their next-door neighbor, immediate next-door neighbor. And my reaction was, ew. And so, and they're not. I mean, they are a separate entity. This is a fine establishment. I've been in there several times. And the kind of day that I've had today, I think I may go there later tonight, too. But they are 750 feet away or so, I was told, from residential. And so I don't think you should have any problem there. But it's like Mr. Storch said, is that you've got live music as opposed to recorded music. Music's going to be coming out anyway. And this is, again, the whole idea, the whole intent of the live entertainment ordinance that we talked about was to generate more business, though. But this is the type facility. You're talking about Irish music, acoustic guitar. We're not talking heavy metal type stuff. No. Okay. If it was that, yeah, I would have a problem. But, again, we support the plan.
Thank you. Mr. Mark Douse. Speaking for.
Yes, speaking for. My name is Mark Douse, and I actually have an engineering business located just around the corner. We built a building there about 5 years ago. I actually haven't been in this establishment yet, but I'm very supportive of the kind of establishment it is. Obviously, Seabreeze has been under a transition state. There's been a lot of businesses. You've had the adult businesses. This is a very welcome addition. Basically, we had clubs that catered to the young. There's a lot of trouble sometimes late at night and everything. This is a different kind of an establishment. If you look at the aerial photograph, you really can see that there's nothing close to it as far as residential. So when you have music that's inside, and you have the type of establishment that's owner-occupied that also owns their building as well as the business, I think we should support them, and I support their request.
Fine, thank you. Mr. Nicholson is speaking for and against.
You really should have that. John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue. Sorry I was late. I went to a rezoning meeting. One about the music. I don't mind the music. I don't mind the loudness of it, but we do have a problem I live close to this. I'm one of the little over a block away. I can hear Razzles from my house. I can hear Main Street from my house. New Year's, I couldn't get to sleep. I'm 4 blocks from Main Street, by the way. And when Cruisin' Cafe has their speakers going down in my direction, it keeps me awake. So does the water park. So there could be problems if they put the music outside, and they have it. I think in the past put speakers outside. I don't know if this particular one has. There are people living on the north side before you get to Glenview. There are a few places still living up in that direction. 2, cover charge. I know Tracy doesn't like them, but if they're bringing in, there should be a way of, if they're bringing in a big band or a named band that costs a lot of money, like the Peabody would bring in somebody, if they were to do that, I could see covering the charge. We get a big band named here, and they recoup their losses by charging a little bit. We did that in Miami. A lot of places do that. If we could do the stipulation, if they're paying for a band to come in that's above a certain amount, that they can recoup a little bit of it to help bring up the quality of music that's here in town. I wouldn't have a problem with that. Now, the against side, I like the diversity. I really, really do. I have been walking Seabreeze and Main Street when I do my walks in the morning, very early in the morning. Sometimes I'm walking as they're getting out. I do have a problem with establishment in terms of cleanliness. I walked again before they clean up again. There are cups and glasses and cigarettes and all kinds of stuff on the ground and on the tables and whatnot. It's not, how can I say this, a high quality that the first one went in. I don't know if you remember the first one that went in about 20 years ago. Piano bar. It was really, really nice. It's gone down and down and down and down and down. If there's some way of asking that the outside be upgraded so that the furniture matches and that their staff clean up after themselves at the end of the night so that those 3 or 4 or 5 hours that the tourists are walking around in the morning are not walking around all that garbage that sits out on the outside. Thank you.
Can I ask Mr. Nicholson a question?
Yes.
What furniture? Are you talking about at 542, the old Robbie?
Yeah.
Oh, this is just the 550 building.
Oh, on the upstairs?
Corner. The upstairs, downstairs.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that because the music, it's never outside. It's all indoors. Okay, I'm sorry.
All right.
I got this.
Thank you.
Like,
okay. All right.
Were you wanting to speak?
Yes.
Patricia Smith.
Right.
Would you
I
give
think
your
my
address too? I'm sorry.
Oh, I live at 255 Lexington Drive.
Thank you.
On the other side of the river from this, but we live next door to Caribbean Jacks, and they have outside music. Now, I gathered that this is going to be all inside. That's okay if they don't open the doors. But when you live that close, I have empathy with this man here. You know, this really needs to be addressed, the outside music and the residents. This isn't the time because this is another subject. I just happened to be here about the North Ridgewood thing.
Okay.
But nowhere on this does it say inside only, and maybe you need to add that.
Okay.
And am I missing something?
No. No.
I don't know.
That's fine.
You're the board.
If you would, Mr. Storch, real quick, and then we'll close it down.
First of all, let's clarify that. It is inside only. There are 2 specific places pursuant to the terms of the PUD that we can have the music inside, and that's it. One of the advantages of a PUD is you can actually tie this stuff all together. And so in this particular case, we've tied up the kind of music we can have. We've tied up where the music's going to be. And if you want to clarify by putting a provision in that says no speakers outside, that's fine. No furniture outside, I was going to put in that, but I didn't know that. But no furniture outside, that's fine. I will tell you this. We're not going to have a cover charge, period. We're not going to do it because it's not the kind of place we are. But we would get good bands because of the fact that the bands love this place. and love Robbie and Tanya. That's why you get them, because they come here because they want to play this place. So that's the kind of place we're hoping for. That's the kind of place we had at one point. I know that, but when we had music here before. And this is going to be something special. It's going to be really a tremendous addition to Daytona, and I can't tell you how much I look forward to it. Yes.
And just one other question. When you had music here before, that was at 542T, which had a full-service restaurant, correct?
No, actually, it was here.
It was here.
Yeah, we didn't.
How long ago are you going? Are you talking about when code cracked down on everybody who was doing it illegally?
Well, I don't know. How long ago was it that you had live music?
You're right, when the code came. Okay, that's what I.
We were unaware of.
Right, okay, that's what I thought. Okay, got it.
But that does give us an idea.
That's when it
what
wasn't
was like.
allowed by
Right.
code.
Didn't know that.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on what you were talking about.
All right, board, do we have your comments, please?
Yeah, I got one question. I think of Glenn. Now, what is allowed under live entertainment?
Well,
What could be under live
under the terms of the PUD, only in those two places, where in the house, in the restaurant, and the types of music are. Let me find my place. Shoot. There it is. Okay. Live music will be limited to traditional and modern Irish styles of music and acoustic guitar with amplified sound permitted. That's it.
All right. And what I'm asking is further than that. Now, are there any other kinds of live entertainment that could be under that definition?
No, absolutely not. As you can imagine, what we were very concerned about was the idea of duplicating what took place before.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
That's the problem.
That's
I think in
right.
everyone's mind.
That's right. That's why we worked very closely with the legal department on this, and that's why they have no objection to this. That's why we very clearly enunciated exactly what kind of live entertainment would be, and that's it. That's all.
That's it. You cannot do the other?
Nothing. This is the only thing you can do under the terms of this, and that's why I like the idea of using the PUD, because it's a contract now. It's between the city and the landowner, and we are the landowner.
Actually, I have one other question.
Sure.
The PD, well, that's the term, we just do plan development. There's nothing that would keep that plan development from being able to be amended, correct?
No.
So those terms could be requested to be changed at any time, correct?
As you know, that's certainly possible,
Okay.
but at the same time, it would have to come before you. And
Right, I got where it's got to come. So there could be a request for outside seating, because that's allowed there, just like next door or across the street at Oyster Pub, correct? There could be a request to change the stage size. I mean, all of these things are flexible and open to negotiation.
No, it's not flexible and open to negotiations. It means you start the whole process over again.
Correct.
You can ask for anything, anytime. And
that's all I needed.
you know that.
Yep, I just wanted that part of the record. Thank
But
you.
in this particular case, I will tell you, what they have been after is what they had, which was an Irish pub with Irish music, and that's all they wanted. And they were not looking for anything else. Is that right, guys? So I'm putting that on the record as well.
Okay.
All righty.
Okay, any other comments from the board?
I'll go ahead, I'm sorry.
Mr. Sage?
I am a little bit on the fence about this. However, I have to say that from a personal experience, these Irish bands that they're talking about are very well known. They tour all over, and they have quite a following. They have people that come into the town for the weekend because they want to see band X, and they're going to stay the Friday night before or the Saturday that the band is playing, and they're going to be spending money in our town. I've also seen some Irish bands that, it's Irish ska, and it's Irish punk, and it's Irish rock. And, I mean, there's a broad term, modern music.
It is, but if you look at the size of this place.
Yes.
I mean, you're limited by that, first of all.
Yes.
And you're limited by the size of the area they can play. We're not allowed to have a raised stage.
Well, that's my concern.
We're not allowed to have a raised stage.
10 by 10.
Huh?
10 by 10.
That's right.
Right.
We're allowed to have, the places, the guys you're talking about, that's big. That's a hard rock big.
Yeah.
These are...
You're talking more traditional.
That's right. We're talking more traditional. We're talking about guitars and I mean, they will be acoustic, I mean, they will be mic'd, because that's important to be able to hear everybody, but that's the kind of bar we're looking at. I mean, if you've been there, I don't know if you've been there or not.
Oh, yes.
Do you like it?
Yes.
That's and imagine what that would be like with an Irish band
Yes.
playing the side. So,
I understand. Thank you.
okay.
I'm a little on the fence as well, and I'm not on the fence, but anything with the music at all.
Right.
Because I think, music in a bar, especially Irish music in an Irish pub, is so appropriate.
Right.
But where I am a little concerned, and where I sit on the fence on this, is the fact that it appears like, what are we going to do if somebody else comes up and tries to manipulate the system to kind of facilitate? And to me, I'm going through this, I'm reading it, and yeah, I'm all about supporting.
I think the exact same way. because I've been
Supporting.
doing it
I'm all
for
about
years.
supporting local businesses. I'm a business owner myself, and so I couldn't help but look just a little beyond it, and to think about, well, this is basically that we have the setup is a 4 CLP, and they're allowed to serve alcohol. But in this area, basically, you have to, in essence, you have to have a restaurant in order to serve beer, wine, and liquor. And they're not a restaurant, but they were afforded that under a provision that came about with the. So I get that, I understand that, but okay, now we afford something else. And my concern is what happens when another establishment tries to see what was done here. And I don't want to say it's like trying to go in the back door.
And I can help you with that.
But I'm just, and again, I'm getting some looks from people on the board here. I'm just trying to it was a concern to me. I feel like, what is allowable? What is the protocol?
I'm
Excuse
always.
me, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Could we have board discussion and then
I'm sorry,
reserve-
yes.
Thank
Absolutely.
you. And then
I
just
apologize.
reserve, thank you. That's all right. I'm just finding it,
Yes.
thanks.
But I do want to answer that question.
Right.
We'll give
yeah,
you a chance.
You can
Write down the
later.
comments.
Okay. So,
But
yeah.
and so what I was really trying to say is that's my concern, is that this is what was allowed. Then basically they're allowed to have the 4 CLP and serve alcohol and liquor, but not have to do the restaurant portion. And then now they want to have the live music, which again I'm not saying that having music in a bar is bad. I'm just trying to figure out what the protocol, the rule is, and are we going to be changing it for other people as well? And so because in my opinion, or my mind, you have to get prepared for that, because that you're kind of, whether people talk about precedents or not, that's what you're doing when you do something like this.
No, that's a good point. Mr.
Can I do
McGinnis.
my comment? My comment is very similar to Matthew's. Right now, we have, and the business is fine, and anything that brings more business to Seabreeze, I live in the neighborhood, I agree with and I promote. However, what we have there now is we have a legal non-conforming use, the bar business. The only way to get anything else in there is to come in with a planned development. That is the only way to change the current non-conforming use. To add other uses, you need to come in with a planned development. So I always take the position that if you come in with a planned development, and especially when you're rezoning such a tiny piece of property, this is also the precedent that I see. Ordinarily, when we're talking about planned developments, we are talking about acres. Well, I know sometimes we've made exceptions for parcels maybe 5% below an acre. But I'm not sure about making exceptions for individual buildings. Because if we go down Seabreeze, we have probably a half a dozen buildings with non-conforming uses going on in them. So and on other streets too. So I think we set a very bad precedent if we start permitting planned developments for very small parcels of property to accommodate a change in use. And actually, by adding the music to the bar service, it always strikes me as an extension of the non-conforming use, but calling it a planned development. We had a similar situation at the other end of Seabreeze, where we extended, where we took a non-conforming use, and it came in as a planned residential development, which was a similar addition. And that's the issue I see. I see if we do it for one small building, we're going to end up, it's going to set a precedent for other buildings to come in to change the uses in those buildings. And again, I have no qualms with the music business and what it does for the neighborhood. And I would have the same comment if it was a grocery business and the same situation occurred. Anything that brings business to the area is good. But I think we're setting ourselves up for a very bad precedent situation. We're going to go down one main street after another with people coming in for planned developments for one building after another. And I'm not sure that we want to get into that. Because usually when we do a planned development, we think about the benefit. We approve the planned development deviations based on the benefit to the community. So we have an acre and they're putting in a strip mall or they're putting in a large store, we'll approve different setbacks or different landscaping plans because the whole community benefits from the placement of this new project. When we're doing an existing building and we're only talking about the use, we're into a completely different area that I'm not sure the PD thing was intended to get us into.
Are there any other comments from the
Oh,
board?
yes, you forgot me.
I'm sorry. I thought you had already spoken. All right.
No, I just asked questions. And I just want to start by saying I live more than 750 feet away because I'm a couple blocks further north and I can hear Razzles, I can hear Main Street, I can hear the water park, I can hear the Front Row Bar on Seabreeze when they open their doors. 750 feet, 900 feet, it's not a lot. Actually, I was really disappointed that we got a recommendation for approval on this one when I started looking at this one. Some for the reasons that I've heard here, but others actually pointing out by what we started with tonight. We were trying not to do too much with the code because of the Clarion, when we all know we're working on that. And one of the major things in the Clarion diagnosis was the concerns about the current review processes that are significant and varied, but one concern that went across the board, talking to just about everybody in the community, from the city commission to staff to developers to everybody, was the overuse of the plan development review process. And what Clarion is going to be coming forward to us with a couple of key recommendations. One is to reduce our reliance on PDs because of this constant shifting code that we might as well just not have, and making very clear standards. And one of the other things that they're proposing that we will be seeing is that they increase the minimum lot size for PDs or limit the use to complex projects because, as John just pointed out, something this small, this is 6% of an acre, 0.06. This is 6% of the required minimum lot size. And our land development code for Article 14 for planned developments, yes, it's to be flexible, but it's to be permitted upon demonstration by the applicant that the proposed modification meets the intent of the regulations. I don't think that the applicant could ever show that this meets the intent of the regulations. Several regulations, and I just want to touch on a few of them, and also that it is in the public's interest, the community's interest. So we have that it's only 6%. Well, gee whiz, it's an existing building because it's only 6% with a zero lot line, so we have to not have setback standards, which means we can't have the things that we might normally have in a PD, like extra landscaping or anything like that. Plus, at any point, they could come forward and take up even more of that space by seeking outdoor seating, which is allowed in that area. The building exceeds 50% of the lot coverage by like another 50%. It's almost 100% of the lot coverage, except for the little alley. This is not a restaurant. Yes, he wanted to do what he was doing there earlier, but he was doing it illegally. And he wasn't doing it illegally because of adult entertainment. He was doing it illegally, as was pointed out, and as this board sat through February 25th of 2010, because it wasn't a restaurant. all of the properties in the city that were cited because they had live entertainment, because they weren't restaurants, which is what's allowed by our code, special use and all of that. So an Irish pub without food is an Irish bar. Even Mr. Storch kept referring to it when he didn't remember to say pub as a bar. This is a bar. Now, the intent of the code, the intent of the live entertainment that we did last year, looking at the city attorney's memo that we were given from Marie Hartman, it is my understanding that the original intent of the prohibition against live entertainment was to prevent restaurants from turning into bars with large crowds and loud music in zoning districts where that's not compatible to what's around. The amendment last year that was proposed, the live entertainment, was to narrowly address that problem, and the purpose of that proposed amendment was to allow low-key entertainment, which this is, but that it would remain secondary to the restaurant operation. It was never the intent to allow this in a bar. Now, we have redevelopment areas, that's a whole different thing, but also the planning board also worked on, I think it was 2002, because it had become such a problem on Beach Street and Main Street and Mary McLeod Bethune, that those establishments with 4 COP licenses, the planning board made changes that they would mimic 4 COP plus SRX. That meant food service, because bars with music, I don't care if it's a guy on an acoustic guitar or if it's heavy metal, bars with music draw a different crowd into a neighborhood area than a restaurant that has live entertainment on the side. So it's not meeting the intent of the code anywhere. The other thing that I'd like to point out in this memo, the settlement agreement that Mr. Storch has alluded to, the settlement agreement further provides any live entertainment at this 550/542 Seabreeze Boulevard shall render this agreement void. That's direct quotes. And I understand, of course, how we get around that. We call this a PD. That settlement agreement also makes this a non-conforming use in the settlement agreement. So we are now using a PD not only to get around live entertainment, we're using a PD, as Mr. McGinnis said, to get around a non-conforming use, not only to get around it, but to expand it. And not only to expand it for live entertainment in a bar, but if you again recall last year's ordinance, because they happen to have 2 floors, 2 100-square-foot areas for live entertainment in a bar, not the one, okay? The settlement agreement that they're using, I personally, having talked with legal, I think that, quite frankly, there is a misrepresentation of the language that they're using to propose this. And normally the land use attorneys I call for help are Glenn and Jim, but since they're representing these applicants, I had to call some other ones. But the language says that plaintiffs recognize the right of the city to amend its ordinances or adopt new regulations applicable to their business or land. These are not Robbie O'Connell, the plaintiffs there, but it applied to all the successors. And this agreement does not limit the right of the city to legislate in the future. So it's my understanding legal has interpreted that to say that this is new legislation, it's a PD, we have the right as a city to amend our ordinance and change that under a PD. Well, that's great if you don't add the other 2 sentences that follow in that particular paragraph. Notwithstanding this agreement, plaintiffs shall not be exempt from the application of any new or amended legislation lawfully adopted by the city in the future, subject to their right to reasonable amortization or time to comply. Well, generally, an applicant or a plaintiff would need that because the city would be imposing something that is going to make them go out of business, like the adult clubs. Amortization If you're the applicant, you don't need that. So I don't think this has anything to do with the applicant proposing something and they're allowed. This is the city. The third one is plaintiffs do not waive any right to challenge such legislation. When you put that in context, you only challenge something that's being imposed on you. So the context of that is not that whoever has that property can come propose a change. It's if the city proposes different legislative changes, then they have the right to challenge that. That's a far different meaning than we'll just do a PD to get around it. A couple other things, and I'm almost done. I talked with Paul McKittrick on this because I feel this is like just the worst case of spot zoning we have had before this board in a number of years. And between sitting here and coming here for 20 years, that's saying a lot. But I go back to it's only 6% of an acre. And Mr. McKittrick answered, well, any kind of PD is spot zoning. Well, actually, any kind of PD is, except actually legally, there are differences. And when you go over to the law library at the courthouse and you look up zoning law and practice, you will find what those differences are. And according to the 2008 fourth edition, while PDs are by their very nature at least slightly different from surrounding zoning classifications, the courts consider them spot zoning when they confer an unwarranted benefit on a particular landowner, which at a minimum constitutes favoritism. That's exactly what this is. This is an unwarranted benefit that they can make no justification for. And the reason it has to come forward as a PD, they could not meet the special use requirements in the BR1 zoning, which they could do. Besides being a restaurant, and this is the last thing, one of the things that you have to do to meet the special use requirements for you when you're serving alcohol along with this, with having live entertainment, is you have to look at your crime. There's another board I sit on because I'm the liaison to it. It's the Main Street South A1A board. For a year and a half, I have been listening to the crime stats for not only Main Street South A1A, but actually for a good deal of the city, including Seabreeze, including North A1A. In fact, that's in what is called the Hot Zone, I think it's Hot Zone 51. It's from Oak Ridge North. Hot Zone 51, aggravated assaults, the 900 block of North Grandview, the 500 block of Seabreeze, the 600 block of Seabreeze, the corner of North Oleander and Riverview, which is 3 houses from where I live, the corner of Oak Ridge and North A1A, all 10 p.m. or later. There were, I believe, 27 aggravated assaults in a year. Robbery and sexual battery, 600 block of North A1A, 500 block of Oak Ridge, corner of University and Wild Olive, a block and a half from where I live, 400 block of Seabreeze, corner of Glenview and Wild Olive. I can do the same thing through car, and all I did was just pull out a few from the last year. Car theft and larceny, car breaks, which have been increasing. Residential burglaries, which are going through the roof. I don't know about in anyone else's neighborhoods. In our neighborhood, it's been unbelievable. Petty theft, which continues to increase. That's something you have to look at when you want to serve alcohol. It's why you have those requirements. This board has spent more time on alcohol than anything else, and I just cannot understand why we want to jump through a hoop to let another bar do what they want to do in the city of Daytona Beach on 0.0615% of an acre and ignore everything else and ignore what the board said last year. Edith Shelley said it when she was on here. Mr. Fishback said it when he was on here. Mr. Neal, when he was on here, we were looking at live entertainment. Mr. Gross pointed it out in the memo. We were all talking about restaurants. In fact, Tricia spoke last year. She was assured this was only about restaurants serving alcohol. So what do we have? we have a bar. And Main Street, they're even smaller. Front Row Bar is 2 blocks down from this. They could come do the same thing for what, $300 is the, whatever the fee is. Razzles could do the same thing. It's all over the place.
Okay, Mr. Storch, I'll give you an opportunity to respond. I just want to make the comment that obviously I didn't need to
I'm so
warn the
sorry.
audience about 3 minutes. I should have warned the board.
I know.
I appreciate your
I
research.
know, but this one was, this hits home.
And it does hit home, and it bothers me because there's some real misunderstanding of this case. First of all, let's talk about why we did this way. All right, the idea was, this is a simple question: should an Irish pub be allowed to have an Irish music or an Irish band in it? Not just music, but an Irish band. That's the only question. Should we allow that in this particular case? Does that help the neighborhood or does it hurt the neighborhood? I mean, to be honest with you, to me, it helps it tremendously. I won't go to a restaurant that has live music in it because my hearing is bad. I can't hear anybody still talking. I will go to an Irish pub with Irish music in it. If you don't want me as a customer on Seabreeze, that's fine. But that's the sort of thing you're looking at. Let's talk about the fact that you're concerned about the PD issue. All right. The reason we did that, I did this. I mean, this was my idea, and I appreciate the fact you come to me for advice. The reason I did that is to avoid creating a precedent. All right. Nobody is going to do this again. Nobody would ever go through this much trouble again and this much expense. $300. That's ridiculous. It is thousands more than that to go through a PUD at this stage. And in this particular case, again, the board has absolute authority to decide yes or no whether that particular PD is entitled. That's why we didn't do it. That's why we did this as a PD, as opposed to amending the text itself, which would have allowed other people to come in and ask for this. This is a standalone. This is the only place you can do this. And let's face it, the real reason for this, especially when you look at the uses we're talking about, Irish music. How many people can come in for Irish music? I think we're about there. I think we've reached the saturation level. That's what we're trying to do. And crime is very important to me. I'm an ex-prosecutor, as you probably know. One of the things that's so important about crime is the reason crime happens in a neighborhood is because you don't have activity in a neighborhood. If you want to see businesses continue to leave Seabreeze in that area, that's what you're doing here. If you want to see a business that has worked so hard, I mean, these people, one of the reasons I'm here is because these people work so hard. They're there every single night. They don't pay people to be there. They're there every night. They have to pay somebody at night because they're here. But they are there every single day and night. These are wonderful people. And this is the kind of people you want in an area having with a business. And more importantly, what you want to do is encourage business in this area. You want to encourage people to come to this area because that prevents crime. It's not that people come to an area and then crime happens. It usually happens when people are not in an area, when you're not active. Think about when you've been to a city before, New York or something. You feel safe when you're out with other people, walking around, having a good time, et cetera, et cetera. And if you turn around a corner and there's nobody there, and you're walking down the street, what happens? That's when you feel unsafe because somebody can come out of the woodwork. This is to encourage foot traffic. This is to encourage people coming to Seabreeze. This is to encourage the right kind of people, I would hope, coming to Seabreeze and enjoying Irish music. So yes, I did do this. That was my idea, and it was the intent of it to create absolutely no precedent. Because after we do this, no one, and Kerry will tell you the same thing, no one has to follow that example. No one, the City Commission does not have to grant anything. And if you want to put a provision in here that, and part of our thing that we won't have outside seating, we have no problem with that, right? We'll put anything you want in there as far as the fact this is going to be the exact same Irish pub it is right now. We're just going to have an Irish band. I didn't think that was that big of a deal, but this is the sort of thing that, again, encourages business and the right kind of business. So, yes, I hope I've answered that question. I hope I've answered the standing question. I hope the crime. The reason we created the PUD, that's why we did it. And I can't imagine anybody else ever doing this again. It was creative on my part. I apologize. I'm a creative guy. Otherwise, the only other option I could do is do a text amendment. And I didn't want to do it where everybody could do this. So that's why I did it. But I understand. I want this area to prosper. I want Seabreeze to prosper. I want the residents to be in a good area. I want them to have a place where they can call their own. And that's what this place is.
Okay. Quite truthfully, I had pretty well made up my mind from a lot of the information we've heard, and I'll have to admit, with so many people stepping forward about this establishment, I haven't been, but I certainly will go. I think we're ready for a motion.
Motion to approve planned commercial development rezoning Robbie O'Connell's DEV 2011-007 with, where'd it go? With the addition of the no cover charge.
Right.
And the
No
inclusion, no outside seating, and the
and no outside speakers.
no outside speakers, and the hours of operation, 11 to 2. Actually, 11 to, well, okay.
Okay.
Second.
And you said no cover charge, right?
Mm-hmm.
No cover charge.
Right.
Ms. Washington, I think I'd like a roll call vote on this. I think we've
Not a problem.
long discussion on it. So,
Okay. I'm going to start from the bottom up. Mr. McGinnis?
No.
Ms. Washington, yes. Mr. Bohan?
No.
Mr. Neal?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
no.
Ms. Benjamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lesage?
No.
Mr. Hoitzma?
No.
Ms. Remark?
No.
I want to thank you all for the time, but I want you to come to this place, and maybe we'll come back. Thank you so
always
much.
have that option. Okay, thank you, Jim. Okay. Ms. Washington, are you all okay? Need to take a break or not? You all right? A quick break?
We're good? We're good?
No, I actually need to be excused. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
bye.
Okay. Everybody else all right?
I feel like, what is allowable? What is the protocol?
I'm
Excuse
always
me, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Could we have board discussion and then
I'm sorry,
yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And then
I
just reserve,
apologize.
thank you. That's all right. I'm just finding it,
Yes.
thanks.
But I do want to answer that question.
Right.
We'll give you
yeah,
a chance.
You can
Write down the
later.
comments.
Okay. So,
But
yeah.
and so what I was really trying to say is that's my concern is that this is what was allowed. Then basically they're allowed to have the 4 CLP and serve alcohol and liquor, but not have to do the restaurant portion. And then now they want to have the live music, which again I'm not saying that having music in a bar is bad. I'm just trying to figure out what the protocol, the rule is, and are we going to be changing it for other people as well? And so because in my opinion, or my mind, you have to get prepared for that because that you're kind of, whether people are talking about presidents or not, that's what you're doing when you do something like this.
No, that's a good point. Mr.
Can I do
McGinnis?
my comment? My comment is very similar to Matthew's. Right now, we have, and the business is fine, and anything that brings more business to Seabreeze, I live in the neighborhood, I agree with and I promote. However, what we have there now is we have a legal non-conforming use, the bar business. The only way to get anything else in there is to come in with a planned development. That is the only way to change the current non-conforming use. To add other uses, you need to come in with a planned development. So I always take the position that if you come in with a planned development, and especially when you're rezoning such a tiny piece of property, this is also the precedent that I see. Ordinarily, when we're talking about plan developments, we are talking about acres. Well, I know sometimes we've made exceptions for parcels maybe 5% below an acre. But I'm not sure about making exceptions for individual buildings. Because if we go down Seabreeze, we have probably a half a dozen buildings with non-conforming uses going on in them. So and on other streets too. So I think we set a very bad precedent if we start permitting planned developments for very small parcels of property to accommodate a change in use. And actually, by adding the music to the bar service, it always strikes me as an extension of the non-conforming use, but calling it a planned development. We had a similar situation at the other end of Seabreeze, where we extended, where we took a non-conforming use and it came in as a planned residential development, which was a similar addition. And that's the issue I see. I see if we do it for one small building, we're going to end up, it's going to set a precedent for other buildings to come in to change the uses in those buildings. And again, I have no qualms with the music business and what it does for the neighborhood. And I would have the same comment if it was a grocery business and the same situation occurred. Anything that brings business to the area is good. But I think we're setting ourselves up for a very bad precedent situation. We're going to go down one main street after another with people coming in for planned developments for one building after another. And I'm not sure that we want to get into that. Because usually when we do a planned development, we think about the benefit. We approve the planned development deviations based on the benefit to the community. So we have an acre, and they're putting in a strip mall, or they're putting in a large store. We'll approve different setbacks or different landscaping plans, because the whole community benefits from the placement of this new project. When we're doing an existing building, and we're only talking about the use, we're into a completely different area that I'm not sure the PD thing was intended to get us into.
Are there any other comments from the board?
Yes. You forgot me.
I'm sorry. I thought you had already spoken. All right.
No, I just asked questions. And I just want to start by saying I live more than 750 feet away because I'm a couple blocks further north, and I can hear Razzles, I can hear Main Street, I can hear the water park, I can hear the Front Row Bar on Seabreeze when they open their doors. 750 feet, 900 feet, it's not a lot. Actually, I was really disappointed that we got a recommendation for approval on this one when I started looking at this one. Some for the reasons that I've heard here, but others actually pointing out by what we started with tonight. We were trying not to do too much with the code because of the Clarion, when we all know we're working on that. And one of the major things in the Clarion diagnosis was the concerns about the current review processes that are significant and varied, but one concern that went across the board, talking to just about everybody in the community, from the city commission to staff to developers to everybody, was the overuse of the plan development review process. And what Clarion is going to be coming forward to us with a couple of key recommendations. One is to reduce our reliance on PDs because of this constant shifting code that we might as well just not have, and making very clear standards. And one of the other things that they're proposing that we will be seeing is that they increase the minimum lot size for PDs or limit the use to complex projects, because as John just pointed out, something this small, this is 6% of an acre. 0.06. This is 6% of the required minimum lot size. And our land development code for Article 14 for planned developments, yes, it's to be flexible, but it's to be permitted upon demonstration by the applicant that the proposed modification meets the intent of the regulations. I don't think that the applicant could ever show that this meets the intent of the regulations. Several regulations, and I just want to touch on a few of them, and also that it is in the public's interest, the community's interest. So we have that it's only 6%. Well, gee whiz, it's an existing building because it's only 6% with a 0 lot line, so we have to not have setback standards, which means we can't have the things that we might normally have in a PD, like extra landscaping or anything like that. Plus, at any point, they could come forward and take up even more of that space by seeking outdoor seating, which is allowed in that area. The building exceeds 50% of the lot coverage by like another 50%. It's almost 100% of the lot coverage, except for the little alley. This is not a restaurant. Yes, he wanted to do what he was doing there earlier, but he was doing it illegally. And he wasn't doing it illegally because of adult entertainment. He was doing it illegally, as was pointed out, and as this board sat through February 25th of 2010, because it wasn't a restaurant. All of the properties in the city that were cited because they had live entertainment, because they weren't restaurants, which is what's allowed by our code, special use and all of that. So an Irish pub without food is an Irish bar. Even Mr. Storch kept referring to it when he didn't remember to say pub as a bar. This is a bar. Now, the intent of the code, the intent of the live entertainment that we did last year, looking at the city attorney's memo that we were given from Marie Hartman, it is my understanding that the original intent of the prohibition against live entertainment was to prevent restaurants from turning into bars with large crowds and loud music in zoning districts where that's not compatible to what's around. The amendment last year that was proposed, the live entertainment, was to narrowly address that problem, and the purpose of that proposed amendment was to allow low-key entertainment, which this is, but that it would remain secondary to the restaurant operation. It was never the intent to allow this in a bar. Now, we have redevelopment areas, that's a whole different thing, but also the planning board also worked on, I think it was 2002, because it had become such a problem on Beach Street and Main Street and Mary McLeod Bethune, that those establishments with 4 COP licenses, the planning board made changes that they would mimic 4 COP plus SRX. That meant food service, because bars with music, I don't care if it's a guy on an acoustic guitar or if it's heavy metal, bars with music draw a different crowd into a neighborhood area than a restaurant that has live entertainment on the side. So it's not meeting the intent of the code anywhere. The other thing that I'd like to point out in this memo, the settlement agreement that Mr. Storch has alluded to, the settlement agreement further provides any live entertainment at this 550/542 Seabreeze Boulevard shall render this agreement void. That's direct quotes. And I understand, of course, how we get around that. We call this a PD. That settlement agreement also makes this a non-conforming use in the settlement agreement. So we are now using a PD not only to get around live entertainment, we're using a PD, as Mr. McGinnis said, to get around a non-conforming use, not only to get around it, but to expand it. And not only to expand it for live entertainment in a bar, but if you again recall last year's ordinance, 2, because they happen to have 2 floors, 2 100-square-foot areas for live entertainment in a bar, not the 1, okay? The settlement agreement that they're using, I personally, having talked with legal, I think that, quite frankly, there is a misrepresentation of the language that they're using to propose this. And normally the land use attorneys I call for help are Glenn and Jim, but since they're representing these applicants, I had to call some other ones. But the language says that plaintiffs recognize the right of the city to amend its ordinances or adopt new regulations applicable to their business or land. These are not Robbie O'Connell, the plaintiffs at there, but it applied to all the successors. And this agreement does not limit the right of the city to legislate in the future. So it's my understanding legal has interpreted that to say that this is new legislation, it's a PD, we have the right as a city to amend our ordinance and change that under a PD. Well, that's great if you don't add the other two sentences that follow in that particular paragraph. Notwithstanding this agreement, plaintiffs shall not be exempt from the application of any new or amended legislation lawfully adopted by the city in the future, subject to their right to reasonable amortization or time to comply. Well, generally, an applicant or a plaintiff would need that because the city would be imposing something that is going to make them go out of business, like the adult clubs. Amortization, if you're the applicant, you don't need that. So I don't think this has anything to do with the applicant proposing something and they're allowed. This is the city. The third one is plaintiffs do not waive any right to challenge such legislation. When you put that in context, you only challenge something that's being imposed on you. So the context of that is not that whoever has that property can come propose a change. It's if the city proposes different legislative changes, then they have the right to challenge that. That's a far different meaning than we'll just do a PD to get around it. A couple other things, and I'm almost done. I talked with Paul McKittrick on this because I feel this is like just the worst case of spot zoning we have had before this board in a number of years. And between sitting here and coming here for 20 years, that's saying a lot. But I go back to it's only 6% of an acre. And Mr. McKittrick answered, well, any kind of PD is spot zoning. Well, actually, any kind of PD is, except actually legally there are differences. And when you go over to the law library at the courthouse and you look up zoning law and practice, you will find what those differences are. And according to the 2008 fourth edition, while PDs are by their very nature at least slightly different from surrounding zoning classifications, the courts consider them spot zoning when they confer an unwarranted benefit on a particular landowner, which at a minimum constitutes favoritism. That's exactly what this is. This is an unwarranted benefit that they can make no justification for. And the reason it has to come forward as a PD, they could not meet the special use requirements in the BR1 zoning, which they could do. Besides being a restaurant, and this is the last thing, one of the things that you have to do to meet the special use requirements for you when you're serving alcohol along with this, with having live entertainment, is you have to look at your crime. There's another board I sit on because I'm the liaison to it. It's the Main Street South A1A board. For a year and a half, I have been listening to the crime stats for not only Main Street South A1A, but actually for a good deal of the city, including Seabreeze, including North A1A. In fact, that's in what is called the hot zone, I think it's hot zone 51. It's from Oak Ridge North. Hot zone 51, aggravated assaults, the 900 block of North Grandview, the 500 block of Seabreeze, the 600 block of Seabreeze, the corner of North Oleander and Riverview, which is 3 houses from where I live, the corner of Oak Ridge and North A1A, all 10 p.m. or later. There were, I believe, 27 aggravated assaults in a year. Robbery and sexual battery, 600 block of North A1A, 500 block of Oak Ridge, corner of University and Wild Olive, a block and a half from where I live, 400 block of Seabreeze, corner of Glenview and Wild Olive. I can do the same thing through car, and all I did was just pull out a few from the last year. Car theft and larceny, car breaks, which have been increasing. Residential burglaries, which are going through the roof. I don't know about in anyone else's neighborhoods. In our neighborhood, it's been unbelievable. Petty theft, which continues to increase. That's something you have to look at when you want to serve alcohol. It's why you have those requirements. This board has spent more time on alcohol than anything else, and I just cannot understand why we want to jump through a hoop to let another bar do what they want to do in the city of Daytona Beach on 0.0615% of an acre and ignore everything else and ignore what the board said last year. Edith Shelley said it when she was on here. Mr. Fishback said it when he was on here. Mr. Neal, when he was on here, we were looking at live entertainment. Mr. Gross pointed it out in the memo. We were all talking about restaurants. In fact, Tricia spoke last year. She was assured this was only about restaurants serving alcohol. So what do we have? We have a bar. And Main Street, they're even smaller. Front Row Bar is 2 blocks down from this. They could come do the same thing for what, $300 is whatever the fee is. Razzles could do the same thing. It's all over the place.
Okay, Mr. Storch, I'll give you an opportunity to respond. I just want to make the comment that obviously I didn't need to warn the audience about 3 minutes. I should have warned the board.
I know. I knew that.
I appreciate your
I
research.
know. But this one was, this hits home.
And it does hit home, and it bothers me because there's some real misunderstanding of this case. First of all, let's talk about why we did this way, all right? The idea was, this is a simple question. Should an Irish pub be allowed to have an Irish music or an Irish band in it? Not just music, but an Irish band. That's the only question. Should we allow that in this particular case? Does that help the neighborhood or does it hurt the neighborhood? I mean, to be honest with you, to me, it helps it tremendously. I won't go to a restaurant that has live music in it because my hearing is bad. I can't hear anybody still talking. I will go to an Irish pub with Irish music in it. If you don't want me as a customer on Seabreeze, that's fine. But that's the sort of thing you're looking at. Let's talk about the fact that you're concerned about the PD issue. All right. The reason we did that, I did this. I mean, this was my idea, and I appreciate the fact you come to me for advice. The reason I did that is to avoid creating a precedent. All right. Nobody is going to do this again. Nobody would ever go through this much trouble again and this much expense. $300, that's ridiculous. It is thousands more than that to go through a PUD at this stage. And in this particular case, again, the board has absolute authority to decide yes or no whether that particular PD is entitled. That's why we didn't do it. That's why we did this as a PD, as opposed to amending the text itself, which would have allowed other people to come in and ask for this. This is a standalone. This is the only place you can do this. And let's face it, the real reason for this, especially when you look at the uses we're talking about, Irish music. How many people can come in for Irish music? I think we're about there. I think we've reached the saturation level. That's what we're trying to do. And crime is very important to me. I'm an ex-prosecutor, as you probably know. One of the things that's so important about crime is the reason crime happens in a neighborhood is because you don't have activity in a neighborhood. If you want to see businesses continue to leave Seabreeze in that area, that's what you're doing here. If you want to see a business that has worked so hard, I mean, these people, one of the reasons I'm here is because these people work so hard. They're there every single night. They don't pay people to be there. They're there every night. They have to pay somebody at night because they're here. But they are there every single day and night. These are wonderful people. And this is the kind of people you want in an area having with a business. And more importantly, what you want to do is encourage business in this area. You want to encourage people to come to this area because that prevents crime. It's not that people come to an area and then crime happens. It usually happens when people are not in an area, when you're not active. Think about when you've been to a city before, New York or something. You feel safe when you're out with other people, walking around, having a good time, et cetera, et cetera. And if you turn around a corner and there's nobody there, and you're walking down the street, what happens? That's when you feel unsafe because somebody can come out of the woodwork. This is to encourage foot traffic. This is to encourage people coming to Seabreeze. This is to encourage the right kind of people, I would hope, coming to Seabreeze and enjoying Irish music. So yes, I did do this. That was my idea, and it was the intent of it to create absolutely no precedent. Because after we do this, no one, and Kerry will tell you the same thing, no one has to follow that example. The city commission does not have to grant anything. And if you want to put a provision in here that, and part of our thing that we won't have outside seating, we have no problem with that, right? We'll put anything you want in there as far as the fact this is going to be the exact same Irish pub it is right now. We're just going to have an Irish band. I didn't think that was that big of a deal, but this is the sort of thing that, again, encourages business and the right kind of business. So, yes, I hope I've answered that question. I hope I've answered the standing question. I hope I've answered the crime. The reason we created the PUD, that's why we did it. And I can't imagine anybody else ever doing this again. It was creative on my part. I apologize. I'm a creative guy. Otherwise, the only other option I could do is do a text amendment. And I didn't want to do it where everybody could do this. So that's why I did it. But I understand. I want this area to prosper. I want Seabreeze to prosper. I want the residents to be in a good area. I want them to have a place where they can call their own. And that's what this place is.
Okay. Quite truthfully, I had pretty well made up my mind from a lot of the information we've heard, and I'll have to admit, with so many people stepping forward about this establishment, I haven't been, but I certainly will go. I think we're ready for a motion.
Motion to approve planned commercial development rezoning Robbie O'Connell's DEV 2011-007 with, where'd it go? With the addition of the no cover charge.
Right.
And the
No
inclusion, no outside seating, and the
and no outside speakers.
no outside speakers, and the hours of operation, 11 to 2. Actually, 11 to, well, okay.
Okay.
Second.
And you said no cover charge, right?
Mm-hmm.
No cover charge.
Right.
Ms. Washington, I think I'd like a roll call vote on this. I think we've
Not a
had
problem.
long discussion on it. So,
Okay. I'm going to start from the bottom up. Mr. McGinnis?
No.
Ms. Washington, yes. Mr. Bohan?
No.
Mr. Neal?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
no.
Ms. Benjamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lesage?
No.
Mr. Hoitzma?
No.
Ms. Remark?
No.
I want to thank you all for the time, but I want you to come to this place, and maybe we'll come back. Thank you so
always
much.
have that option. Okay, thank you, Jeff. Okay. Ms. Washington, are you all okay? Need to take a break or not? You all right? A quick break?
We're good? We're good?
No, I actually need to be excused. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
bye.
Okay. Everybody else all right?
Martin Luther King Boulevard. It was a convenience store a long time actually. The owner, I think she died, then the store is closed. It's everything like cooler, counter, freezer, everything inside. Everything inside existing over there. That's why we bought the store and we're trying to do the convenience store, convenience business actually. I used to do that. I work at convenience store. So that's why it's temporarily closed for only 30 days or over 30 days, I don't, something like that. So after that, we bought them, we went to City Hall, and we talked to the authority, and they say, yes, they are allowed to do convenience store, you can do that, but it was closed, been 30 days, that's why you have to do some work. Even see, look at this over there, I have this on handwriting is own, I think, this Miss Colin Miles, this own handwriting. It's you can do that, and you have to do something work, this work, it's okay. Then after, we go to the engineering firm, it says we have to do this one, and we made a contract. And after that, see, we did everything. We did corporation, we go to Department of Treasury, everything we did. Then we came here over there, and city authorities said, no, you can do that. This is proposed law. This you cannot do convenience store. So we are not that wealthy person, Whatever we have the saving, we have spent all of them over there. If right now city stop to do that, so what should we do? That's I'm asking. Please do something for us.
I understand your problem.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Truman? Mr. Markey?
The honorable board members, actually Mr. Mark and my partner already explained everything. Actually, I want to say something very short. That we work very hard. All year long we working like $8, $9 an hour. And every single dollar we saving. And end of that, we bought the property just like month ago, April, probably third week. And after that, all processing, whatever we can, we did. And finally, whenever we are hearing these things, we are very upset and very disheartened also. And that thing, probably this proposed May 10th, I think. And we bought the property April. Yeah. So I am requesting to this board to please consider this subject and please do something for us, because we work hard. The same thing, we work hard and we invest this money, all money, whatever we have. If we can do nothing, so we don't know what we can do. Thank you.
I wonder if we can get staff to give us some of the,
some options.
give us the
Mr.
choices
Missouri.
here, options.
I'm going to bring Jason Jeffries up here from redevelopment to help with some of the options. Midtown uses. And we can go down the uses and we can see if maybe there's specific uses that we may want to allow to go through, and maybe some that we want to hold back until the FAMU study was done. We could hold them all back. We could just take them and move them all forward and bring them onto the city commission and see what happens. If there is, it's been done before, if there's a specific location, it could be identified as a one that could be added to the list that might now be not available to do that. The property that Mark Doss was just talking about. So there's a couple of options there for you. We could also, because they are commercial type uses, and really what we want to do is move this particular item to the city commission. We can maybe move that back. That section, just move forward with the rest of the information in this amendment, and then and get that to the city commission with the social services and the redevelopment areas by July 20th.
That solved their problem.
Yeah, and then we can come back and take a look at what we have. So it would be off the agenda for now, And then we can,
as far as the Midtown.
as far as the Midtown goes with some of those uses, and then we can come back after maybe doing a little bit more analyzing of that area and those specific uses.
And that board needs to see what's being talked about.
I think.
What happens to them in the meantime?
Well, it comes off of here, and then it's not a pending ordinance anymore. So the applicant would be allowed to go ahead and move forward with the process to reestablish.
Okay, just the regular way he would.
Correct.
Okay.
What is the address we're speaking of?
3600 Carmel Avenue.
No.
719.
719 MLK?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I need to know exactly where that's located.
That is on the corner of Martin Luther King and Wells Street.
Ah, okay.
It's a three-colored sign out front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just one thing that's just a little misleading too. In the attachment D, which is the last 3 pages of our whole report here, the second page, the Midtown redevelopment area prohibited uses, it had said convenience stores with light vehicular service. That has been a prohibited use in Midtown. Crossing out the light vehicular service and leaving convenience stores there without it underlined, it looks like it's always been prohibited. When you cross that out, convenience stores should actually be underlined because that's a new type of business rather than just light vehicular. So actually, I assume that. I'm sort of, I just had no idea it had that effect. I just saw convenience stores and thought they'd been prohibited.
Well, I think, Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason that was scratched off over there and the convenience stores were left on, the intent was to leave the convenience stores left on, but then they also added...
But that makes them a new, convenience stores without light vehicular traffic are different, or service are different than with it. So that, to me, actually would make that a new prohibition, just saying convenience stores. That's a whole different kind of, I just find that just a little bit confusing.
All right, well, I think we know a solution for that from what you're giving us.
I would talk to Jason over here, and I don't want to step on redevelopment's toes.
All right, let's hear from Jason.
Well, I would just say if there's still some issues, I think what Dennis was saying, where we need to do some more research as it regards to prohibiting certain what are business, I would say ordinary businesses within redevelopment areas, such as nowhere else in any of our other redevelopment areas are we prohibiting vehicular sales, vehicular service. What we really have prohibited in other redevelopment areas are the certain social services that are definitely inconsistent with our redevelopment plans. So, Dennis pointed out that the goal in the redevelopment element of the comp plan, and certain commercial uses that really have been detrimental to redevelopment efforts, such as pawn shops, check cashing services. They definitely meet that test where they are not consistent with our redevelopment efforts. These are particular commercial uses that probably through further planning, what's going on with the FAMU plan, it is possible in the future, depending on how that plan, that plan is setting out a certain vision for Midtown, but we have to go through a process in terms of adopting that plan. In terms of, there's the vision, and then there's how do you implement the vision, and that's where we get into the trickiness of course, what this board has always dealt with, which is the zoning, and how do you protect certain existing rights versus what you're trying to accomplish. And we've struggled with that in redevelopment areas, and some of our other redevelopment areas, such as the Blue Road area. If you're familiar with that, the so-called Nottingham plan had a very I don't know if we call it a utopian vision of around the Root Canal to turn from what is now light industrial uses to eventually being residential uses around it. Yet the future land use calls for those mixed uses, but the zoning right now is still the industrial zoning. So that's the struggle we have in redevelopment, is how to implement the plan through the zoning efforts, through the land development code. So what I would suggest is, I think what I'm hearing from this board is there needs to be some more further look into, wait for the FAMU plan to finish its course. Through that, there'd be more analysis, and maybe we need to take a relook at that time on these certain commercial uses, which I would say is the vehicular sales, light vehicular service, convenience stores, and I'm trying to think, there was one. And the car washes.
Yeah, that's what would apply
Yeah,
to
those I would think you would make a motion to amend the proposal, if that's the right.
What do we do
parliamentary
then
procedure.
about the two young men there?
Well, that
would do that.
That'll solve that.
Yeah.
I think we have to be a little careful about convenience stores, because I don't know quite where you draw the difference between a grocery store and a convenience store. But when we were kids, well, not when you were, when I was.
Convenience
When we were kids, there were grocery stores right down the street, and your mother just said, go down the block and get such and such. And I think we're going more back to that, because the PUDs now are doing it where they have a little village, and in the middle are, acts as a grocery store or something of the kind. I'm seeing that in Williamsburg and other places I go to. And I think that's what we're going to have to do more and more, because when we infill, they need to have grocery stores and things there. Otherwise, they have to drive someplace a long way away to get their groceries. So I think we need to be a little careful about that. We don't just rule out some things that we might need to be looking at. Anyway.
And you're right, and I think the FAMU plan and some of what they're doing is they're looking at some of the new urbanism techniques as they apply to Midtown, are looking at that.
Ms. Benjamin, you want to make a comment?
Yes, I do, because I live in the Midtown area. There are more little convenience stores in the area. This is a lot. I understand why the board doesn't want any more. This is a lot of little mom-papa stores in one area. They can move them in some other redevelopment area. But this, and then these little stores in Midtown area, the traffic, it's terrible. You don't live there. I do. I know exactly where that store was. If you ask the chief of police, what was the problem up there on that corner? Chief Chidwood would tell you. Miss Washington, you live over in the area, you know.
All right, I think we have an answer for consideration. We'll go to the next speaker, Mr. Byers. Hannah Byers. I thought I said Mr. Sorry. Okay.
When I filled out that form, I wasn't sure until I read this what I was intending to make a reference to, and it's actually to item 8 on your agenda.
Okay.
So,
All right. We have Mr. Gahn. This is for number 8.
Hi, Chris Don, 132 Pierce Avenue. I'm sure the board's aware of the purpose of the CRAs, and that's to eliminate blight and stimulate investment in the communities. I'm going to read a quote out of the newspaper from the Joint Commission and County Council meeting on the E-Zone last week that said, to me, our first responsibility is to appearance and first impressions, Commissioner Wood said. Those improvements have to be made both inside and outside of the E-Zone, Wood said. If they're not, both investors and tourists will probably keep their distances, she said. It's about making the beachside a more pleasant place to be, not creating the perfect attraction, Commissioner Shelley said. It comes down to quality of life, Shelley said. A building will not save the city. What draws people to a place, she asked? People need to come to a spot and say, I could live here. And to me, again, I feel there's a lot of issues with this ordinance going forward to the commission. I have a question if that M1 zoning allows for metal salvage or scrap yards. If anybody knows that, you can answer that after him. I feel this ordinance doesn't go far enough for bail bonds. There's not listed in here. We have the courthouse on US 1. You got the county courthouse on Orange Avenue. You know, the Orange Avenue and the Midtown area. Anyway, I think you should look at, does this go far enough in limiting businesses in the redevelopment areas that maybe were overlooked by these boards? Also, I understand in 2009, the planning board did make specific recommendations to the city commission. I did not see that in your backup. I think that needs to be reviewed before you vote on this matter, so we could revisit what your thoughts and opinions were, because I think you all are very knowledgeable. Another technical question I have is on the check cashing services. Even though that's listed as a new prohibited business, I just was down Bevel Road today, and they have a business in South Daytona called Loans. So it was called some kind of credit loan service, which to me it didn't look like they cash checks, but they were offering these high interest loans to people. Is that going to be defined as a similar usage as a check cashing store? And I don't think we want those kind of loan stores popping up instead of the check cashing stores, because they're just, again, preying on people. Another technical question we've been asking about, there's all this talk about these pain clinics or pill mill clinics. I know there's pending statute at the state level, but in my discussion with staff, was saying there needs to be a separate zoning classification as it stands now, because medical is considered office in this city, and you need to have a separate category for clinics. That would be for pain, abortion clinics, or Jesus clinics, any kind of clinic that is separate from office usage. And that needs to be looked at as possibly added as a prohibited business. The other thing that I'm confused about was the grandfathering. Staff listed it in the presentation as being an ID program. I think there should be some kind of ironclad user agreement that's signed with the prohibited businesses which are grandfathered into the city. That way, based on what was previously mentioned on the last case, where there was an agreement, and that then came forward when they tried to make changes later. Because as you know, you've had other agencies come and do semi-public use and conditional use permits that they say they're going to do A, B, and C, and then 5 or 6 years later, they're doing X, Y, and Z. If you have a signed agreement for the grandfathered business, social service agencies specifically, I see that as a big issue. The other thing is, I do not see that this has been weighted against the visioning plan by staff. That was another comment. Another question that I had was, are non-conforming uses that are grandfathered in, are they permitted to remodel? Obviously not changing their size, but if they're looking kind of blighted and they need to do some painting and sprucing up or that kind of thing, is this going to stop that because they're all of a sudden non-conforming? The other thing we were asking for was, we brought up pilots, which are payment in lieu of taxes, as part of the user agreement for the grandfather prohibited businesses or social services. A pilot basically is an agreement to pay for services in the city. I don't see anything in that, the backup for that. Or the city can charge what are called municipal service fees. And I think that's a discussion the planning board should have. If you have 47% of your property is tax exempt in this city, and they are getting fire, and they're getting medical and ambulance and all these other services we're providing, they're getting their roads paved, we need to look at, because the people who we're trying to attract in these redevelopment areas for new businesses and jobs are going to pay one of the highest millage rates in the state of Florida, if ours is hovering at 7%. We can't even offer tax abatements to potential businesses because we can't afford it, because we have all these tax exempt properties in our city. And if we want to turn the city around, we need to look at these issues as a whole. And maybe it's going to be chipping away at the stone, but it's going to be better than what we've had before. But I feel it's up to you to help the commission in giving some guidance on this pending legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Dodd. Last speaker is Mr. Nicholson. I'm sorry, I couldn't read that.
John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue. Three things. One on the latest thing that you're discussing. One, although I feel sorry for them, I'm on the nuisance abatement board, and there have been 9 cases brought before our board from Midtown. 2 were for 2 liquor stores or nightclubs on Martin Luther King. The rest have all been convenience stores, and it's all been drug related. So you can understand why they're discussing not having convenience stores. There are 7 within my, walking distance of my house. I have 3 7-Elevens I have a choice of. I have 2 Kangaroos I can walk to. But in Midtown, it's different. There's a reason why they're doing what they're doing. So before you do anything, again, I would ask you to discuss it with Midtown and ask them why they're doing what they're doing, rather than say, oh, okay, here's fine, and then it goes counter what they really need. So please ask them why they did what they did. 2, with the food feeding programs, 5-10 years ago, we had this problem where there were 5 or 10 feeding sites, City Island, St. Paul's, etc. And I thought the only way we could get around prohibiting it was to have a location, and I thought the coalition, Tracy could tell you, that the location of the coalition, that everybody was supposed to take those feeding programs to the coalition. Well, they're still feeding almost everywhere around the city. They're still going to City Island, and somebody distributes food. Urban Ministries every morning for breakfast. There's coffee and donuts if you wanted to go there. Go to the Methodist Church over in our area. They can get breakfast and donuts. Their bagged lunch at the Urban Ministries, the Methodist Church, at Our Lady of Lourdes. There are places they feed. There are places that they hand out bags. I'm wondering, are you grandfathering these things in, or are you now saying, although we said they couldn't have them before, but we kind of closed an eye, now we're really going to prohibit it? So are you really going to prohibit it, or are you going to grandfather these people that have illegally been doing this for the last couple of years, grandfathering them in, even though they're illegal? Now you're going to, because they've been under the radar, allowing it. And last, the Salvation Army, I know you said you don't want to grandfather places in. For 20 years, we've been trying to get rid of the Salvation Army from that location. Chris Dawn can tell you the amount of people that come through his neighborhood from the Salvation Army to the coalition, back again, back and forth. If you could give a date, time frame, because they're not going to leave. It's been 20 years. If you could do a grandfather, not a grandfather, that you, amortization, to kind of incentivize them moving out of the area, because I think it would change his neighborhood drastically. Thank you.
All right. And we hear from the board now.
Could I ask just a question? What John Nicholson just brought up about the feeding programs that have continued in existence. How does this affect that? Does it? Do they become a legally non-conforming use? Were they ever?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
How would this affect the feeding programs that have, because I was on the commission when everything was supposed to go to North Street. They got their semi-public use or conditional use permit. And we've had several organizations that have continued to ignore providing a centralized service. So does this grandfather those feeding programs everywhere else now? What does this do?
It would grandfather those feeding programs if they were there as a legal non-conforming use. We'd have to do the research on it and find out, did they have that use legally? If they had that use legally, they would be grandfathered. If they did not have that use legally, then code enforcement would have to take a look at that, and the use would have to cease.
Okay. And this did come up at the Main Street Board. We did talk about pain clinics. The other, like some of the medical clinics and those are covered under the social service use definition that's being provided. But pain clinics, and I was told the same thing in following that up, that's considered a medical office. Well, it's not a medical office. It's a problem that's moving from South Florida up. So how do we, and these, our redevelopment areas are the perfect places to have these. So how do we deal with this?
We
Well,
looked
there
at
must be
those, and with what just passed in the legislature with the computer system that they're having set up, we felt comfortable that was going to address these type of operations from setting up shop and.
Okay, what just passed in the legislature then? So we all
There's
know?
it's a database where anytime somebody's going to get prescribed something, it's a doctor would have to look in here and see, oh, they already got 30 from here or 60 from there. So all that information is going to be in one place.
Starting what year?
July 1.
Of this year?
I believe so.
Oh, great. Okay, great. That's wonderful. Thank you. No, they won't happen.
Yes, Ms. Washington.
I'd like to hear specifically how your plan is, or how we should deal with this as it relates to this list that we have from Midtown. My concern is with them not having the information from the FAMU report, just what we're doing tonight, how it will be affected, the Midtown Redevelopment Board would be affected, if it would be affected. I want to hear specifically.
Well, I think that the question there is we just don't know. We don't know what's going to be coming back with the FAMU report. We don't know what they're going to be saying as far as maybe best zoning for a certain area. We don't know what they're going to be recommending for corridors.
No, that wasn't the question. My question is, as we were handed this list, with what we have to vote on tonight, with the FAMU report not being in, are you saying just this is the suggested list of the list of the identified businesses in that area, and we're just going to put this in abeyance until a later date? What are we voting on?
I would suggest we take that list tonight, take the action on the full ordinance, less the uses that were recommended by the Midtown Board. We take that back. We've got the list of where these properties are located, and I think we really need to get into the community, and we need to let the community know what's going on, because they need to be a part of this. I don't think they were a part of this process as we got to eliminating some of these uses. So maybe we need to get back out to the community. If it's something the community wants, if it's something that the Midtown Board is strong about, we can take that separately, and we can run that right through the system. We can take it to the Midtown Board, back to the Planning Board, and back up to the City Commission.
It just would not be a part of this.
It would just not be a part of this, but it would still be an active part that we can still take through.
Okay.
Which still means that it's not pending anymore.
Now it's not. It wouldn't be pending until we were able to put something together.
So are you saying that the gentleman will be able to open that store? Is that what you're saying?
If we're pulling that back, and if it's not a pending ordinance, the gentleman would be able to move forward and do the proper applications to be able to open up that store. Correct.
So we're pulling the entire B2 Midtown list.
Just the ones
We're
they
pulling
have.
the new changes. What would stand if we pull this is the existing prohibitions
existing.
in the code.
But I would still, there are a couple uses that the Midtown Board requested, that they're the same as, that like the Main Street Board requested. You know, I would say those could go
Because there
forward.
was overlap in a number,
Yeah.
I think.
The outdoor storage, used clothing sales, and used furniture sales.
Well, now, do you want to leave those off even if you're waiting for the FAMU to come
I
in?
don't
'Cause
think
they
they're-
could be very different.
I think those
are consistent with
consistent with the
redevelopment
other
areas.
redevelopment areas,
Yeah.
consistent with existing plans, those particular uses.
Okay.
Is outdoor storage, used clothing sales, and used furniture sales?
Pawn shops will
Plus the
continue
three
to
that are already
stay,
in there.
correct?
Yes.
There's three that are already in the code.
What do we do with this?
Yes.
That one needs to stay.
Pawn shops are already in, convenience stores with light vehicular service are already in, and check cashing service are already in.
Mm-hmm.
So it's leaving everything that was in, plus the 3 or 4
Plus
you
those
just
three.
mentioned.
Go
But
through this, nice.
hopefully
Maybe.
they-
One at a time. Jason's going to go through this.
Go through it so we're all clear. This, what I'm going to list out, if, again, this goes back to that there are concerns about certain commercial uses that maybe need further study and consistency with comes from the FAMU plan. So in that light, what your recommendation could be, I would strike the addition of car wash. I would strike the change to convenience stores. You would leave in check cashing service because that's already prohibited. You would strike the addition of vehicular service light and heavy. You would keep the recommendation on outdoor storage. You would keep the recommendation on packaged alcohol beverage stores. They are basically already by Article 17 prohibited for most of the area. The only reason we did add this one in is there would be an opportunity, you could have a packaged alcohol beverage store at the what is known as Midtown Plaza, because Article 17 alcohol allows for package stores in shopping centers, and that is a shopping center. So I would keep that recommendation in. Pawn shops is already prohibited. I'd keep that in. Sales and rental of vehicles, I would strike that recommendation. And then used clothing and used furniture sales, which is consistent with the other redevelopers, I'd keep that recommendation in.
All right. Any other comments from the board?
I got one comment. It's on the grandfathered in,
What page are you on?
Yes.
page 4 of the staff report.
Existing legal non-conforming?
Yes. Staff is recommending administrative program to identify and document. Agencies are required to notify the city of their location and use. The city will establish a time frame allowing agencies to notify the city of their location. Those that fail to identify will not be considered legal non-conforming uses. This, does this have to be in the ordinance in any way, or a reference to this process, the self-identification process?
We may be able to put that in the ordinance adopting the legislation, and that way, and they would send out, I assume the planning department would send out notice to people that you have to come in, identify yourself, because I don't think you want to put in to our code, which is going to be here forever, something they need to do for
30 to 60 days.
Right.
Do we have this, well, we got to work on a list that we have, or? What about
The list of,
we don't know?
Well,
do we even have one list?
we don't have one complete list. We have a list from from United. Excuse me. We have a list from United Way. We have a list from our permits and licensing, And then boots on the ground, walking around and making an inventory, because that's, I think, is what it's going to take, is going to up and down these streets and taking a look at some of these locations that might be acting as non-conforming and are flying under the radar. We'll have to identify them.
So if they're non-conforming, they're legal or illegal non-conforming, then
Legal non-conforming is the side they want to be on.
sure.
Illegal non-conforming, there's not much we can do for them.
My desire is to get them spread out into other cities. That's, and we're
Phase
not
two.
doing anything to do that.
Yeah.
And those agencies themselves have to step out with some sort of program too.
You know, and one of the things we've talked about as we've gone through this entire process, this is one step. This is one vehicle that might get us somewhere. There's many other things that we can be doing. Commissioner Henry said we definitely need to take a look at the homelessness in the city of Daytona Beach, and that was echoed by the mayor. Something has to be done there. The social service agencies have to step up, and they have to say, we're going to spread out to the other communities. We're going to have facilities located in Deltona, in Ormond Beach. We're going to spread around. We're going to not be concentrated in one area. We're just going to move around. And code enforcement has to step up, and they have to be cognizant of what's going on out there, and we have to be diligent as a city to say, this is what we're looking to do. It's not a one-step process. It's everybody kind of working together to get there.
But actually, this
We've
is
heard
good
that
because
before, though, too, so.
this is good because 90 days from adoption, if they're not self-identified, they're gone. It doesn't matter if they come in on the 91st day.
Well,
they're not gone. They'll
exactly.
just.
Well, typically, it would be
Well, then we take action to remove.
Right.
the illegal
Yeah.
nonconformings would typically not be coming in.
Right.
So,
I see.
and
what
we'd
you're
have to go find them.
And we have no idea how many that might be or where they are.
All right.
Well, somebody mentioned amortization, and you heard me get on my last month on my wheel about that because I thought that was an answer, but quite truthfully, after talking to several people, I see some of the problems with that. Also, the distance requirements, and that was called to my attention, the problems with that. So I do believe this is really a first step.
It's a start.
This is really a first step. It's not the overall answer. I'm sorry I wasn't in my mic. That was my comment on it. Do we have any other comments from the board?
It's going to take code enforcement, and it's going to take door to door, because a number of businesses are being camouflaged, and when we do this door to door, it should be citywide and not concentrated in certain areas. And I know that's the reason Midtown has this list, because we know for a fact there are a number of businesses that are being camouflaged as one thing, when in fact they are something totally different.
We have to find them.
Going on, yeah. Who is going to be brave enough to make a motion?
Okay, motion to approve Land Development Code text amendment, prohibited uses, and text amendment. This will require 6 votes. Text amendment, prohibited uses and redevelopment areas, DEV 2010-025, with the exclusion under the Midtown redevelopment prohibited uses of removing car wash, vehicular service light and heavy, sales and rental of vehicles light and heavy, and the returning the convenience stores with the light vehicular service. Returning that strikeout.
And the principal and accessory use, where we talked about that.
Oh, I thought that was part of what you said was
did
already
you
in
get-
here. Because you had,
Now,
with,
what was-
okay, with the additional recommendation by staff to clarify the principal and accessory use
That legal nonconforming
That
would be
legal-
allowed
yes.
to stay as grandfathered. through
as
the process.
grandfathered in, legally non-conforming. Thank you.
I'll second.
That's a long one.
We have a motion and a second. I hate to do this, but I think it's important enough that we do have a roll call vote on this. Again.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Neal?
It's okay.
Okay.
I heard it.
All right.
Okay. Ms. Remart?
Yes is the right, okay, yes. Yes moves
Mr.
it
Hoitzman?
forward.
Yes.
Mrs. Sage is gone. Ms. Benjamin?
No.
Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Neal?
Yes.
Mr. Bohan?
Yes.
Ms. Washington? Yes. Mr. McGinnis?
Yes.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It passes. 7. We have 7 yeses.
All right. Thank you. Would the board like a short break?
Yes.
Let's take a, let's make it 10 minutes. We're running late, and have a 10-minute break.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Item number 8A, North Ridgewood Overlay Area. A is rezoning North Ridgewood Overlay Area, DEV 2011-038.
Thank you. Dennis Merzak, planner with the City of Daytona Beach. This is a request by the Development and Administrative Services Department, Planning Division, to establish a North Ridgewood overlay classification to reduce possible negative impacts to the North US 1 corridor that may result from proposed changes in surrounding development areas, and to provide a restriction of uses that may be located or relocated to the area as a result of redevelopment area restrictions. There you go. All right. Again, staff was directed by the City Commission to research reducing possible negative effects to the North Ridgewood area that may result from the proposed changes in the redevelopment areas. Staff met with local residents on 2 occasions in the North Ridgewood area to review and discuss community concerns. Let's see here. Back up one. Staff has proposed the North Ridgewood overlay classification to provide additional regulations for certain properties and operate as supplemental to the underlying zoning district regulations. The following area has been defined by staff as the North Ridgewood overlay area. You'll see, this is one of the reasons why we were taking a look at this area. This is Holly Hill, located right up over here. This is Mason Avenue, borders Holly Hill. On this side, on the east side, we have the Ballou Road redevelopment area. To the south, we have the downtown redevelopment area and portions of the midtown redevelopment area, leaving us a kind of an empty open space over here. Originally, we had talked about doing the railroad tracks as a natural divider for the north overlay area. However, after taking a look at, and this came up actually at one of our community meetings, it would be more appropriate to take a look at the zoning of the property and maybe go to an end of a zoning district. So that's exactly what we did. We've extended past these railroad tracks into this, I believe it's an MP zoning district, if I'm not mistaken. Excuse me, an RP. Yeah, an RP zoning district right over there, and then butting up against a single-family zoning district. We wanted the district to go right up until the single-family zoning district. Most of the uses that we're addressing wouldn't be allowed in the single-family zoning district anyway. Some of them could possibly go into the multifamily or the industrial zoning district. There's just an overview of the full area. Regulations governing the uses within the proposed North Ridgewood area are included in the accompanying ordinance, which is item 8B of the Land Development Code text amendment. And as far as a recommendation, again, this just establishes the area where we're going to have the regulations. As far as a recommendation, this request is for the North Ridgewood overlay classification and is in concert with DB 2011-034 LDC text amendment, which establishes the purposes and the regulations for the North Ridgewood overlay area. Staff recommends approval of this rezoning request. The item is tentatively scheduled to be heard before the City Commission for first reading on July 20th and second reading on August 3rd. An affirmative vote of 6 by the Planning Board shall be required to recommend approval to the City Commission.
Okay. Did I understand that you're still waiting for more information coming in both on the overlay and on the
And we are.
and A and B?
Yes, we are. And as a matter of fact, if it's okay, I'd like to also introduce item 8B, and I'll give a better understanding of exactly what it is that we're looking for.
Why don't you? I think
And then maybe we can come back to 8A and decide what we want to do with this.
Okay.
Land Development Code 8B, text amendment DEV 2011-034.
Great. Okay. This particular request, this is the Land Development Code text amendment for the North Ridgewood overlay area. It is a request by the Development and Administrative Services Department, the Planning Division, to establish a North Ridgewood overlay classification in a defined area and to establish regulations for the North Ridgewood overlay area and to prohibit specific uses within the designated overlay area. Again, staff was directed by the City Commission to research reducing negative effects that were impacting the North Ridgewood area and any possible effects that may occur from the proposed changes to the redevelopment areas. Staff has met on a couple occasions, most recently about, I'd say within a month ago, to discuss some of the concerns in the North Ridgewood area. Again, the location that we're looking at, easily defined. It's almost an enclave to the north of the city, which is at risk. Okay. At the direction of the City Commission, staff has researched ways to reduce possible negative impacts of the North Ridgewood area that may result from the proposed changes to the redevelopment area. One of the purpose of the overlay, the purpose of the North Ridgewood overlay is to provide a restriction of uses that may be located or relocated to the area as a result of redevelopment area restrictions. The North Ridgewood area is a gateway to the city and currently does not project that image. This area has developed indications of economic regression. The North Ridgewood overlay classification established. This would establish a North Ridgewood classification as an overlay classification as indicated, and that would be a text for the Land Development Code. A whole bunch of words up there, very difficult to see. It's located in your package. I do have these in there. It's the last page of your package. These are the proposed uses that would be specifically prohibited in the North Ridgewood area. I'm just going to read this off to you. A lot of these uses are actually uses that would be currently prohibited in the redevelopment areas. We've taken a look at this, the research we've done, some of the things that we've looked at. We found out these uses to be most appropriate. They've been tried and tested, and so instead of creating a new animal, we just kind of copied what we're going to do here in the redevelopment areas for the North Ridgewood area because it's a very similar type area. The general prohibitions, the following primary and accessory uses, again, we're going to have to take a look at that and how we can protect that, are found, maybe not in the North Ridgewood area, are found to be detrimental to the economic stability of the North Ridgewood area, whether or not they generally or customarily included in a general use category. And we've got the full list over there. They include any accommodations except hotel, motel, and historic bed and breakfast, adult bookstores and theaters, blood banks, check cashing services, community residential homes and similar facilities, congregate meal facilities, flea markets, food pantries and feeding programs, homeless services, homeless shelters, Homeless services is the new definition that we were going to be bringing over from the last ordinance. Plasma centers, recovery homes and treatment facilities, tattoo parlors, and temporary labor hiring halls. Additional planning board considerations. As we move forward with this North Ridgewood area, we've taken the redevelopment areas to the City Commission. We were getting great input from them. We do have some opportunities to maybe do something a little bit different in the North Ridgewood area. One of them is possibly the conditional uses. These uses currently aren't prohibited in the North Ridgewood area. Perhaps making them a conditional use might be more appropriate. Perhaps just including them as a prohibited use might also be the way to go. For example, and this was some of the information that the task force had come up with, when we look at a food pantry, we would define it. Any program that acquires food products through donations, canned food drives, food bank programs, or purchase, and distributes the food to individuals, the following conditions would apply. And we can be flexible on these conditions, but what we want to do is include conditions that would mitigate any impact to the area. Does not provide prepared food to clients for consumption on or off-site. This prevents people from coming to the site. They're not allowed to eat at the site. They're not allowed to get a prepared food so they can walk around and sit in the park and open it up and then eat the food over there. They'd have to go to a location to be able to prepare the food. Not located within 250 feet of a residential zoned area. This is important to keep the residentially zoned areas safe or protected from people who may be wandering the neighborhoods. Also not located within 500 feet of a similar facility. This is a tool used to create a separation, so we're not getting a clustering of a similar type of use in a certain area. We're able to move them around and kind of control how many can go to a certain area. Additional planning board considerations. Grandfathering of legal nonconforming uses. We had talked about it with the social service ordinance. We'd have a program set up. We can do the same program in the North Ridgewood area, identify those legal nonconforming uses, whether they're accessory uses or principal uses. If they are legal nonconforming, they'd be allowed to stay. If they're not legal nonconforming, city, I think the language we have is, legal has great language on this, I'm sure. It's somewhere in there. Let's see here. And then the amortization schedule. This was something that was talked about for the redevelopment areas. We've taken it forward. It was dismissed by the City Commission for the redevelopment areas. I've got a definition over here for your benefit for an amortization. Allows a landowner to recoup the value of a non-conforming use within a particular period of time. After that time, the community can force the owner to discontinue the use without the payment of compensation. Again, it's a difficult thing to put together. It's difficult to enforce, but we are talking about a smaller area. It might be something that might be appropriate for the North Ridgewood area, and perhaps consideration should be given to that. Let's see here. All right, and as far as a recommendation, staff does recommend approval of the amendment request. The item is tentatively scheduled to be heard before the City Commission for first reading on July 20th, 2011 at a public hearing, and second reading on July 3rd, 2011 at a public hearing. An affirmative vote of 6 by the Planning Board shall be required to recommend approval to the City Commission. I will point out, if I can have just a couple more minutes, we've been doing some research on the area. We've been looking at the demographics. We've been looking at crime stats. We're still collecting this information. We're still trying to disseminate exactly what it is that we have in order to support the need for some of these prohibitions on these uses. The information has been coming in. It's pretty much what we were going to be expecting, but we would like a little bit more time to be able to put all of that information together in a cohesive and understandable format. And if possible, if we could get a little bit of an extension of a time so we can do that and come back before the Planning Board, we'd be more than happy to do that.
What kind of time? I know you all have a budget, but coming in between this time, too.
Yeah, and
If
that's,
you went 30 days, you'd only have 2 weeks.
yeah.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, if we did get 30 days, then really the package would have to be completed in 2 weeks, and with some of the information that we have to put together, it just might not be enough time. If we can skip a month and come back in August, then we can be able to have something a little bit more solid. And then we can also, with any comments that you may have, we can work this, we can tweak it, we can modify it, and do some of those other things, and see what we can do for the North Ridgewood area.
Any questions, Doc? All right. We have some speakers on this.
Okay.
Now we have Hannah Byers. Actually, I guess we should say this is on 8A. Back to 8A, and then we'll go to 8B. Or speak on both of them if you'd like. Speak on one mind the other.
My name is Hannah Byers. I live at 230 Anita Avenue, so I'm just east of Ballou Road, and I am maybe 150 feet from the Salvation Army. It's at the corner of Anita and Ballou Road, and I am east of there, 3 houses. So I've lived there a long, long time with the effects of the Salvation Army. So I wanted to say I'm a 50-plus years resident of Orange Island Park, a historic neighborhood between Ballou Road and the river. It is a place where people move in and stay. Unfortunately, I've seen an increase of homeless people in my neighborhood in recent years. These people are negatively impacting my life. I no longer go shopping or visiting friends after dark. I don't even go out to my trash can or my recycling bin. I'm here because this means a great deal to me, to be here with you all and to let you know my opinion. Simple things of just going out to water flowers, I don't do that. But of greater importance are the numerous break-ins to cars and houses that my neighbors and I have experienced. This is frustrating, expensive, and life-changing. Thank you. This is not a heart attack, a sudden bam, and you're ill. It is like a cancer. It's silent and insidious, slowly draining the strength and vitality from this area. Do we need a blood transfusion, chemo, surgery, all of the above in order to bring back the health of this area? Please keep the social services from expanding and bringing more homeless to my area. Surely we can find some locations that suit their needs away from residential areas. These services they're impacting our home values and in turn tax revenues for this area also. We have many stable businesses in that area. McAllister's Carpet has been there probably over 40 years. We've got a beautiful showroom with Planet Granite. Capital Office Products is there. Caribbean Jacks has been there several years. Red Ember Motorcycles have been there. They're all successful, positive businesses, stabilizing that area. I can visualize a drugstore, a small grocery store, a bakery, other businesses. There were many businesses even on Madison when I was growing up. The whole area was a vital part of the community. And I just would like to see you all focus on trying to clean up that area along US 1. People driving that area, they find stores closed, homeless people hanging out, they find boarded up buildings. Our area shouldn't present this negative image, and I think that if we take some positive steps now, we can turn everything around. And I want to relate something that happened to me when building. It said there was a sign for a ladies' room on this floor that you needed a key, so I went to the one downstairs. I went down the stairs and I looked to the south towards a parking lot because that's the way I came in to see if there was anyone there in the hallway. There were not. I proceeded to the ladies' room in the back. I heard someone back there. There were the cleaning supplies, and a man was cleaning the bathroom. He saw me go into the ladies' room. I came out, and when I came around the corner, he was in the hallway midway between the bathroom and the front of the building. And I said, "Thank you for being here." And he said, we have got to look out for the homeless. He said, I'm always keeping an eye out for them. They urinate in the hallways here, and he says they're always hanging around. So here in this very building, just when I went downstairs to use the ladies' room, there could have been homeless in this building. I myself don't prefer to live like that. I prefer for Daytona to get on a better path and change some of the direction that we've gone in to cater to all of these homeless. And
Okay, thank you. Ms.
thank you
Pryor.
so very much.
We want the same thing, too. I want to assure you, and thank you for being here.
Can I ask her a question?
You've been here very early.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask?
Yes, yes.
Are you finding most of those people coming from where the Salvation Army is located, or are you just finding them wandering in from
I'm
anywhere?
finding them, some of them wander over from North Street. They're from the Salvation Army. Some of them go down by the bridge now at the west end of the bridge. Main Street Bridge, there's a parking area. Sometimes you find them in the park there. And where the Seabreeze traffic circle was, that now is a park by the river. Sometimes you'll find people sleeping up there. I'm never out there, but I have my neighbors tell me that they went up in the evening and someone was making himself comfortable there to spend the night in that park, right by that that club. So,
Thank you. Mr. John Anderson?
How you doing? My name is John Anderson. I live at 159 Congress Avenue, Daytona Beach, Florida. Moved down here in 1975. Right after my son was born, I went to work at the Speedway. When I moved down here, Bridgewood Avenue was very prosperous. People like to blame things for this, that, and the other. Well, blame game is over. We don't need the zoning thing to move ahead right now because I have talked about 40 of my neighbors in the neighborhood about what kind of businesses they want to see come in here. I have one friend here tonight that wants to see a Dairy Queen. That's a simple little business. But I have a lady on Beach Street that's been in the ice cream business about 20 years, 25 years. She's a real good friend of Mr. France. And she has to close up at 4 o'clock every afternoon. She doesn't feel safe. The entire drama that's going on with this, I've battled this young man right here. I have no problems with him. I've battled this young man. The thing is, we're all wanting the same thing, a better Daytona. If I could get Dennis to put the map back up again, I'd like to draw the attention to somebody. And for you folks, and if you folks would tonight when you leave this arena, pick up a Rand McNally map, United States map. The road going right in front of your place right out here is the United States Federal Highway, and it's historic, scenic Florida US 1. Now this area we're talking about is bordered by US 1 on one side, Beach Street on the other, Mason on another end, Fairview on another end. And I think, I'm 61, I don't think my mind's gone totally daft, but I think Fairview runs Main Street right over here, right on out Dunn, out past almost to 95 now. Well, guess what? That's the main thoroughfare, and I know that everybody up here is pretty smart, and it's not going to be long before that's going to be 4-lane all the way through there. They're going to do it. You know they're going to do it because it's going to be a main thoroughfare. Close your eyes and do me a favor. You're 25 to 35 years old. You're a young family. You're coming to Florida. You're driving scenic U.S. Highway number 1, Florida's proudest highway. You come through Ormond, Holly Hill, get to Mason Avenue at 11:30 in the daytime, and you head south, and you've got your children in the car. How many of you have seen the pictures on TV of Beirut, Lebanon? How many of you have seen what it looks like in Afghanistan and Iraq? I realize homeless people have to eat, but they don't have to be treated like dogs. They don't have to have a certain feeding time at 11:30 in the daytime. Or December 10th of last year, a man was hit Young fellow was hit trying to get to that same food place by a 76-year-old man. Now, two tragedies happened there. The young fellow was hit and killed because his head went through the man's windshield, and the 76-year-old man who had just visited his wife in the hospital had a heart attack at the scene of the accident, so he lost two, and then the wife died the next day in the hospital because of her husband. Bang, that's three. All this can be prevented. We're a nice little neighborhood. I'm not inviting anybody over because everybody thinks we're bad people. Everybody thinks, you think I'm kidding you. I went to Citizens Academy, and when I told people where I lived, oh, you're one of those. This young man right here made a statement about a corner grocery store. Young kid, 9, 10, 11 years old. Grandma looks at him and said, Johnny, run down the street and pick me up a quart of milk, a loaf of bread. Man, I could run down the street and do it. You won't send your kid down our street in our neighborhood right now to pick up a loaf of bread and a quart of milk because you are aware and wary of the surroundings and what's going on. I heard a question asked a while ago about the Salvation Army. I remember when it was built, and I remember why it was built and why it was put there. These other ones weren't there. We have forces in this city that want to bring this city down, and it needs to stop. No neighborhood, not his neighborhood, not our neighborhood, or any other neighborhood, wants this. There's a vacant hospital sitting in Ormond. Has all the facilities these people need. It has a cafeteria. It has rooms for people. It has, teaching facilities, everything. There's buildings right down here on US 1. No, right up here on US 1. Where Gail Graziano used to have her offices. There's offices these people could move into, and it's set a place up on the west side of town. I mean, I hate to preach. There's got to be a better way, and there's got to be a reason why we attract them. If not, I heard y'all discussing the signage a while ago. Let's put a 75-foot one out here on US 95. Welcome to Daytona Beach, social agency capital of Florida, because that's what we're going to end up being. And we got to work on this. We got this is a rich city, believe it or not. It's a good city. And I believe y'all are good people. I hear all the stories. I hear her stories about the convenience stores. I hear all the stuff. We got to work together, and we can't be selfish. We're just a little neighborhood trying to survive, and we need y'all's help. We need to vote. Let's put this zoning thing off. Let's think about this before we do something that's crazy, because it'll hurt a lot of people. That lady right back there just talked to you a while ago. I got 50, 60 of them. I'm trying to start a seniors group, and they're so scared they won't even come to a seniors group at 11 o'clock in the daytime, folks. They're afraid of what's in the neighborhood. And I lost my cool here, and I apologize to you for that last time. But I want to say this. If these things are so good, why aren't they scattered out more? Why aren't they in these nicer neighborhoods? Why want to bring one area down? And I know you folks don't like that. I'm sorry I took up too much of your time, but there's a lot of good work that could be done in this neighborhood. It just doesn't need to be trashed with a bunch more agencies and be overrun with stuff. So, and I know I was supposed to say some other stuff about the businesses and stuff, ice cream parlors, Western Auto, Red Lobsters. I mean, I talked to them about Baloo Road down here. What a great place to have seafood restaurants. Right there on the river. Thank you.
Thank you,
Have a
Mr.
nice
Anderson.
night.
Okay. Mr. Nicholson?
John Nicholson, 413 North Granby Avenue. I definitely support this, but I would ask you to consider putting a buffer around all the CRAs. While you were considering this, the Jesus Clinic almost went into the Baptist Church on Fairview, which would have been right across the street from a CRA which you could do nothing about. All right? There are areas throughout the CRAs that are just on the end that could go one way or the other because of what you're doing here. The South Atlantic stops just short of the city limits, South Atlantic redevelopment area. So there is 2 city blocks that some of these things could go into. because of the way you're wording this. South Ridgewood Avenue could change. Once you get past the redevelopment area, it's not the nicest of neighborhoods. You don't want to change from North Ridgewood Avenue and have all these people go to South Ridgewood Avenue. So what I'm asking you to consider is the idea of having a buffer around all of the CRAs. I know you went over the railroad tracks into the neighborhood because of that zoning category. I'm asking you to either 500 feet or 1,000 feet from CRA, these also apply, so that nobody ends up going right across the street from CRA and hurting the CRAs. Thank you.
Thank you. And last is Chris Dunn. Okay. Next to last.
Okay. Chris Dunn, 132 Pierce Avenue, Daytona Beach. First of all, I'm going to pass out, or could you pass out the list of targeted businesses? We've been meeting with staff for the past 2 or 3 years about redevelopment and CRA expansion, and I'd like to focus on the positive of visioning what a community could be. First of all, though, I'd like to ask on record, now that a moratorium is officially in place, do you know from the planning staff if there are any pending applications for conditional or semi-public uses for this area? Can you tell me that? Do you know? Are there any pending conditional or semi-public use permits for this area?
The North Ridgewood?
Yeah.
Not that I know.
Okay.
Not at this time.
Anyway, the other part was this area has become a dead zone, and trying to revitalize the neighborhood from becoming the dead zone versus investment and a gateway. US 1's an all-American road. I'm going to read you some recent quotes on this specific project that was in the News Journal on the 5th of June. Dennis Mrozek here said, "It's a gateway into the city. Our goal is to make this corridor economically viable." I'd like to know in either A or B in your packet, what other remedies are being proposed other than a tourniquet to stop further agency applications? I don't see anything other than just that as the only remedy that's before you here tonight. That is not acceptable at all. And we'd like you to postpone this to another planning board meeting, because on the record, let me finish, but Mr. Walton says, in addition to prohibitions, the city can also set up new guidelines for things such as landscaping and building design for both businesses and homes that could force some landowners to fix up their properties, says Rich Walton, the city planning director. I don't see that in your packet either. The corridor hasn't been thriving like anyone would want, Walton said. Realtors say prospective buyers are turned off. Some residents feel unsafe. The area is not improving economically and aesthetically. Can you tell me where in your packet those items are addressed? In another recent article from the News Journal on the 13th, it talks about cities balance budget cuts, gateway beautification. A first impression of a city can be critical. Often it's not even a conscious thought, but rather a gut reaction riding down a main thoroughfare. The potential impact a scenic gateway highway can make on visitors and residents alike cannot be discounted, affecting everything from community pride to economic development. South Daytona is in the process of a $4.2 million federally funded makeover on part of US 1, and Port Orange is discussing up to a $2 million median refurbishment along its major gateways, Dunlawton Avenue and US 1. It sets the whole tone of what people think of your community, said Port Orange Councilman Bob Ford, including those considering a move of a home or business. It's the first observation that this is a nice place. What we would like is for the city to postpone this, and I'd like you to pass these handouts. And I'm going to read on the record as well. That we request that your next packet include the following 15 items that are missing. The first one is the Planning Board recommendations to the City Commission on social service agencies that were done in 2009. That's number one. Number two is the minutes from the City Commission Social Services Workshop from April 27th, 2011. The Land Development Code, Article 1, Section 5 on nonconforming parcel structures and the 65% rule. Number 4 is the LDC Article 16, Section 4 on scenic thoroughfare overlays, which US 1 is listed in that. Number 5 is the Uptown Daytona Neighborhood Visioning Plan, which is adopted by the City Commission. Number 6 is a list of targeted businesses in the overlay, which I already resubmitted to you. Number 7, commercial site planning requirements for prohibited businesses and activities for chain and franchise locations. And this is very important because we've been asking for this data for several years now. And what that is that standard business practice today has requirements to locate stores on this All-American Road, and we would like to have that codified as part of this movement. And it's not in your packet. So, for example, some businesses do not allow a soup kitchen or a pawn shop or an adult bookstore within so many feet of a Walgreens or, a Dairy Queen. So if that is the case and those businesses require that to locate to US 1 for us to have, that's when amateurization is going to be a significant factor for what we're going to request the city, because we deserve to have those types of businesses in our city. Item number 8, the staff summary of a group called iDignity and the impact this group has on local demographics. And what they do is get state ID cards with social service agency addresses, so that because the concentration's in the 32114 zip code, then when staff talks to you about demographics as part of attracting new businesses to our city, those people with those agency addresses are factored into our economic data for per capita income and household income. And so when they say this city is poor, God knows how many ID cards have been issued to people with the agency addresses. Number 9, distance requirements in other cities that for social service agencies. That was part of the task force report. I don't see that in your packet. I think it's important for you to look at what other cities are using for distance requirements. The police department has compiled a report on both calls for service and arrests of the different social service agencies. And when you see that 15 to 20% of all the arrests in our city are from specific agency addresses like the Salvation Army or North Street, can you imagine the impact of costs to our taxpayers these tax-exempt properties have? That's not in your packet. Number 11, the policy focus report for payment in lieu of taxes, which are known as pilots, and for municipal service fees. That was done by the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy, which staff has a copy of that. The Uptown Daytona Neighborhood Improvement District application and response, we'd like that to be discussed. Number 13, we have legal issue questions we'd like written as part of the next packet. Number A is the grandfathering agreement stipulations, requirements that are allowed in those agreements for grandfathering. If pilots or municipal service fees would be applicable to the grandfathering. And last, we would like some information about limiting business licenses in the city, if that is legally allowed, and also if there's such thing permitted as a lottery situation, where if we say that based on our population, we should only have 59 total agencies in the city instead of 200 and I have 262, but services should be based on population. And you have to do something about that, and so does the commission. But we need to talk about this a lot more. So I would appreciate if you could table this and request that this information be in your packet. And Ms. Washington, you being the secretary, I'd appreciate if you could verify that does happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Go,
Mr. Don. We have one more. No. Okay.
Not
very fine. All right. Staff? Or not staff, I'm sorry. Board? Comments? We've got residents asking for an extension, and of course, I think from what staff is saying, they would like 60 days on this till August 25th. But are there any comments that needs to be made from the board at this point?
Actually, I would just, one thing several of these things have been in our packet, on and off.
Couple of times.
Including tonight, the City Commission Social Services Workshop, April 27, 2011, under the prohibited uses. But I do find, I mean, I don't have a problem recommending a continuation. But when we come back, you would be providing the area research, Dennis, that you said you're still collecting, and so based on that, we might have a better idea of how we might feel about the proposed conditional use, grandfathering, amortization, everything that's here.
Yeah, and what I'd like for you to do is consider some of those conditional uses, or maybe even additional ones that might work for that North Ridgewood area.
Okay.
And we did give you at the last meeting, included in a packet, there was a whole lot of information in there for that.
Are we allowed to make a motion on this?
Yes, we need to take them separately, 8A and
All right, I make a
8B.
motion that we continue the North Ridgewood overlay area, DEV 2011-03, until 60 days from, well, to the
August.
meeting.
August 25th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to continue Land Development Code Text Amendment DEV 2011-034 to the August 2011 Planning Board meeting.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
On to other business. We have the downtown Blue Road redevelopment. Ms. Washington?
Okay. I made some notes. Just hang on a second. Moving stuff around. We met, the Downtown Blue Road Redevelopment Committee met. This meeting was brief in comparison to the past two or three. We had an update on the downtown market, but our usual crime report update from the police department. We received a list regarding code enforcement and actions taken. There was one project, and I've walked out and forgot my report, but there was one project that's going to be adjacent or across the street from the downtown market that was discussed, that's already in progress. We also discussed the budget for the area, and we actually went through the breakdown per line items. Very interesting, very informative, and I look forward to the next meeting.
Good. Midtown Redevelopment Board, Ms. Benjamin.
The meeting was held June 14th at 4 p.m., and that was because of the festival that was going on, banquet was going on. And we had it at 4, and court enforcement was there, Officer Lopez, and he gave us an update on 4 buildings that was boarded up, and that the ice maker machine that was on Orange Avenue at the store was put inside, and that the cars that's on 605 Colorado were removed. No valid license plates or insurance. And the vacant property on Keach and Merritt McLeod Bethune was cleaned up. There was no compact report. They will only come every 3 months, not quarterly. And there was no one at the meeting from the police department.
Okay.
Okay. And we, as he said before, we voted on the DEV 2-025. Charles Bryant gave an update on the redevelopment projects and the World Chargers program painted 3 houses in the Midtown redevelopment area. And I also gave them an announced to them in 2012 AMVETS, the latest AMVETS Late Auxiliary, and the Sons of AMVETS will be hosting a national convention in Daytona Beach, Florida.
Oh, great.
Good. Main Street, South Atlantic, Ms. Remark.
Actually, Mr. Morozic covered our board activity in his presentation on prohibited uses in the redevelopment areas.
Okay. That was simple. Do we have any public comments?
Mr. Public?
No.
He's gone.
Public. Staff comments.
Yes, I was asked to remind planning board members that several of you have not completed and turned in your financial statements as required, and there are fines that will be incurred if they don't receive your forms by July 1st. And they really should have been turned in, well, if you had since January, so please get those in. Thank you.
Right, I received mine May the 20th, and I'll fill mine out tomorrow. I've already been reminded. I was going to bring that up. Board member comments?
Yeah, I have just one. I just wanted to say how grateful I was to Jeff Hurt, who was our motion maker, in that he trained Tracy so well that she was able to handle all the motion makers tonight.
He rubbed off on me sitting here.
She had one toughie, I'll tell you.
And actually, I have one. One of the neatest parking garages I have ever in my life seen. Go online for Kansas City Images, Kansas City Library. Their parking garage looks like a shelf of books. It is stunning. You have to say, I think it's like 6 stories high. It is stunning.
Great. With that being all, I apologize for such a late meeting tonight, but I think we had several important things that took time to discuss. With that, meeting's adjourned.